Okay, so we are done with chapter 1, done. Chapter 2 is over, 3 is over, 5 is over, 6 is over. I had planned for 3 more chapters. Totally 7 chapters were planned, excluding the intro part. So we are still left with service costing, marginal costing, and budgets and budgetary control. Today I'll be shifting to service costing. We'll give some intro part of it, maybe do 1 or 2 questions. Tomorrow service costing will get over, and then we proceed to the balance areas. So let's now move to service costing. Okay, as the name indicates, service costing, other name for that is operating costing, is used in service industry. Used in service industry wherever a service is provided, example, an education institute, hospital, hotel, all these places, service costing will be used. Now, when we learned cost sheet chapter, we learned a cost sheet format which started with direct material, direct labor, direct expense, prime cost, factory overheads. Now, all this classification doesn't make sense for Bharadwaj Institute. We do not have anything like a direct material cost or anything like a direct labor cost. Though it is a good classification, but it is not helping an service industry company. Also, we do not have FIFO method, weighted average, stock is not there. So, in the service industry, I need little different method because our terminology which we were doing earlier is not working out in an industry like Bharadwaj Institute. So then what do we do for Bharadwaj Institute? So here we are going to follow service costing where we have little bit of a different analysis. So in a service industry, this is used. It can be used for valuing an internal service or for costing an external service. Internal services, finance and accounts provide services to an internal team. HR provides services. You want to calculate the cost for those services, you can use these principles, or primarily for an outside work. Now, a service industry normally uses a composite cost unit. What is composite cost unit? Is today from the morning, I'm not teaching totally for 6 hours a day. I'm teaching for 6 hours into 50 students. Technically, 300 hours is my teaching. Technically, 300 student hours. 6 hours into 50 students got the benefit of it. So every student got benefit of 6 hours. So totally 300 student hours it becomes. So here we follow a composite cost unit, which is normally a combination of two or more factors. Example, student hours, number of students into number of hours for education purpose. Patient days, number of patient into number of days for hospital. Transport industry, number of passengers into number of kilometer. So these are the normal cost unit we use in different industry. Transport, passenger kilometer for passenger transportation, ton kilometer or quintal kilometer for the transportation of goods. Electricity, kilowatt hours. Hospital, like this we have different thing. Now, in the transport industry, let's first focus on transport industry because that is the major chunk of this chapter. In the transport industry, first is cost unit. We have two types of cost unit. One is passenger kilometer, second is ton kilometer. Passenger kilometer and ton kilometer. Passenger kilometer is obviously for transportation of passengers, ton kilometers for transportation of goods. When we did this our cost sheet format, we learned different cost classification. Here that and all will not work. The cost sheet in this area is different, and the cost sheet will have different classification. Transport industry follows a classification of fixed cost or standing charges, variable cost or running charges, semi variable cost or maintenance charges. So whatever expenses you are incurring, you have to bifurcate into three: fixed cost or standing charges, variable cost are running charges, semi-variable cost are maintenance charges. No concept of direct material, direct labor, direct expense, all that will not work. Here you will have to do three. The total of the three will be total cost. No prime cost, no GWC, no NWC, no COP, no COGS, none of them are there. Just the total of the three will be total cost, add profit, total collection. Total cost, add profit and total collection. Now, this cost unit which we calculate, for example, ton kilometer or passenger kilometer, anything you can do. One is you can do exact analysis. Second is approximate analysis. One is exact analysis. And second is it can be absolute ton kilometer, commercial ton kilometer, absolute passenger kilometer, commercial passenger kilometer. Now let's first take the example of Bharadwaj Institute itself. I can calculate absolute student hours are commercial student hours. What is absolute student hours is day 1 I took 7 hours of classes, 25 students were there. Day 2 6 hours of classes, 30 students were there. Day 3 7 hours of classes were there, 40 students are there. Every day calculate and do the multiplication and put a total exact number of students into exact number of hours equal to the number of student hours. That is called absolute. Absolute means exact. You have to do sum of exact distance into exact weight carried, exact distance into exact weight carried, exact number of students into the exact number of hours I taught, exact number of hours I taught. This is one way, which is obviously preferable. But I'm now going to introduce a batch and I want to know how many student hours I'm going to teach. Very difficult for me to predict every day what is going to happen. Every day how many students will come. So what industry practically does is commercial. What is commercial is I will say that my batch will go on for 100 hours. My batch will go on for 100 hours. That is the total number of hours I'm going to teach. On an average, 20 students will be there, 40 students will be there, not daily calculation. First day, this one, second day, all that I'm not doing. On an average, there will be, so on an average, so much will be the weight. On an average, so much will be the weight, and I just do that multiplication. On an average, so much will be the weight, and I just do that multiplication. We have a commercial ton kilometer and we have an absolute ton kilometer. Absolute ton kilometer is preferable, but for that you have to do exact distance into exact weight. Absolute ton kilometer, absolute passenger kilometer, absolute patient days, anywhere. So whatever cost unit you see, absolute commercial, you can keep changing it into two. But doing absolute analysis is little tricky for forecasting purpose. Historical easy, futuristic difficult. Futuristic is difficult. So somewhere we may go with an average analysis. We may go with an average analysis. Let's see this concept with the question. I'll go to the question bank. Just give me a minute. Question 8. In question 8, we will have this concept. Yeah. Illustration number 1 of study mat. Illustration number 1 of study material. Question 1. A lorry starts with a load of 20 tons of goods from station A, unloads 8 tons at station B, rest of the goods at station C. It reaches back directly to station A. It reaches back directly to station A, getting reloaded with 16 tons of goods at station C. Distance between A to B, B to C, C to A. Compute absolute ton kilometer, commercial ton kilometer. Absolute, what you will do is we'll write A to B, then we'll write B to C, then we will write C to A. Exact distance, exact weight, multiply, put a total. Commercial, total distance, average weight, multiply. Will both give same answer? No, both will not give same answer. Both will not give same answer. One approach is exact distance into exact weight. Second approach is put the total number of hours. I am taking batch for 100 hours. Let me not do daily and all. Number of hours for the batch is 100. Multiply that with average number of student. Multiply that with average number of student. Other approaches, everyday number of student, everyday number of hours. Everyday number of student, number of hours, which is little tricky. Let's do this. Working note 1. Computation of absolute ton kilometer. Absolute ton kilometer. 4 columns. Route, distance, weight, ton kilometer. Route, distance, weight, and ton kilometer. Route, distance, weight, and ton kilometer. Okay. A lorry starts from station A, goes to station B, then go to C, and then from C it comes back to A. Read the, it says a lorry starts with load of 20 tons from A, unloads 8 at B, rest at C, and it reaches back directly to A. Reaches back directly to A. Let's start A to B. I start with 20 tons. A to B 20 tons. I start from A, go on till B. At B, I'm unloading how many tons? 8 tons. So from this place B to C, from this place B to C only 12 tons. B to C only 12 tons. I unloaded 8. I unloaded 8. Everything else I unloaded at C and I returned back, reloaded with 16 tons directly to A. Return back directly to A. C to A. C to A 16 tons. Exact weight I've written. Exact weight I've written. C to A 16 tons. A to B distances. A to B is 80 kilometer. B to C is 120 and C to A is 160. A to B 80. B to C 120 and then 160. 80, 120, 160. Multiply now. 80 into 20. 120 into 12 and 160 into 16. This is called absolute ton kilometer, 5,600 ton kilometer. Is this the preferable one? Yes. Is it easy to calculate? No. That is the challenge. This is what is my preferred choice. Preferred choice is absolute ton kilometer because that does the exact calculation. Exact calculation, absolute ton kilometer. Next, commercial ton kilometer is equal to total distance into average load, total distance into average passengers, total distance into average student, like that. Total distance is 80 plus 120 plus 160, 360. Average of 20, 12, 16. Both are giving different answer, and mostly it will give different answer only. One is approximate, another one is exact. The first approach is exact, second approach is approximate. Clear? So here we have to multiply two items. One you can do exact values and multiply. Second you can do average values and do multiplication. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? I go back to the concept. Now certain points we will have to be aware of. Okay, before I bring these points, maybe I will do one more question and then come back. Not an absolute 10 kilometer, but one question I think we can do, and I'll come back to those extra points. Question number two. Question number two. Question number two. Yeah, we'll do question number two, and then I have some extra points to be explained. A transport company has been given a 40-kilometer long route to run 5 buses. Cost of each bus is 6 lakh 50. Buses will make 3 round trips per day, carrying on average 80% passengers of the seating capacity. It is on average technically mean commercial kilometer, but okay, absolute data is anyway not there. Carrying on an average 80% of the seating capacity. Seating capacity is 40. Bus will make run on an average for 25 days in a month. Other information, cost, everything is given. You have to classify them into variable, fixed, semi-variable. Variable, fixed and semi-variable. These are the three places where we have to classify the cost. Garage rent, repairs and maintenance, drivers, conductors, manager salary, road tax, office expenses, diesel, kilometer run per liter of each bus, depreciation, insurance. You are required to calculate the bus fare to be charged from each passenger per kilometer. Fare, what is passenger kilometers? Per passenger per kilometer. Per passenger per kilometer, how much are we going to charge? If the company wants to earn a profit of 1 by 3 on takings, 1 by 3 on taking means 1 by 3 on sales. Sales is 100, profit is 1 by 3, cost is balancing figure. Cost is balancing figure. Now, question has asked us to calculate the fare. Nowhere they have mentioned whether should I do yearly calculation or monthly calculation. Either of the way, I'll get the same answer. Either of the whether you do yearly calculation or monthly calculation. I'll see what is there in the answer. and we will do opposite of that. If yearly is there in the printed material, I'll do monthly, and if monthly is there, I'll do yearly, just to show you either of the approach will give you same answer. Some question specifically will say do yearly calculation or do monthly calculation. There you don't have a choice. Here you can do 1 year calculation or 1 month calculation. In the answer, for a year they have done, I'm going to do for a month, I'm going to do for a month, and ultimate answer will match, final answer is going to match. We are going to do it for a month. Every question on transport costing, you need to start with distance traveled and passenger kilometer. Why is this start? Distance will help me in calculating diesel cost, distance will help me in calculating diesel cost. So starting for every problem is distance traveled and passenger kilometer. After that, we will prepare a cost sheet. In the cost sheet, classification is variable, fixed, semi-variable. Variable, fixed, and semi-variable. Clear? Any doubts on this? Working note 1, computation of distance traveled and passenger kilometer for a month. Distance traveled and passenger kilometer for a month. Distance traveled per bus per day. That's always the start. Per bus per day. Distance traveled. Any question I do, this is the start. Per bus per day. Read the question and tell me one bus will travel for how many kilometers in a single day? One bus, how many kilometers? One bus, how many kilometers in a day? Right, wrong doesn't matter. Type it, guys. Huh? 8. No. How will you get 8? No. 40? No, not 40 kilometer. It is 240. Listen, it says I have been given a 40-kilometer long route. So 40 kilometers is the route distance. Every bus will go for 40 kilometer, and I'm making 3 round trips per day. I'm making 3 round trips per day. What is round trip? Is 40 going, 40 coming back. Again 40 going, 40 coming back. Again 40 going, 40 coming back. One trip is 80 kilometer. 3 trips I have to do. 3 trips I have to do. So 2 into 40 kilometer into 3 trips. 240 kilometer. Distance traveled per bus per day is 240 kilometers. Distance traveled per bus per month. Question is, sir, 1 month consists of 25 days. It says 25 days bus will run. Bus will run for 25 days in a month. So 240 into 25. This is again for one bus. We have totally 5 buses. Distance traveled by 5 buses. Printed answer has done it for a year. I'm doing it for a month. Okay. I'm doing it for a month. 6,000 into 5 buses. 30,000 kilometer. Now this needs to be multiplied with total distance into average load. Here average passenger. Total distance into one you will have to do total, second one you have to do average. Both you cannot do total. That will become double counting. Next average passenger. Average passenger. The capacity is 40 passenger, but it will be occupied only to the extent of 80%. Occupied only to the extent of 80%. 40 passengers is the capacity. 80% occupied. 80% occupied. 40 into 80%. 32. Passenger kilometer for a month. 30,000 into 32. 30,000 into 32. 30,000 into 32. 9,60,000. Clear? Next, working note 2. Operating cost statement. for a month. For a month in bracket 5 buses. For a month 5 buses. Particulars calculation amount. This operating cost statement is nothing but cost sheet. Format is different for cost sheet now. Particulars calculation amount. Right. Fixed cost or standing charges. Fixed cost, otherwise called as standing charges. Even when nothing is happening, you will incur. Leave some 8 lines. Variable cost or running charges. Leave some 4 lines. Semi variable cost or maintenance charges. Fixed or standing, variable or running, semi variable or maintenance. 3 cost categories are there. Fixed, standing, variable, running, semi variable, maintenance. Fixed will need more space. Let's start from the beginning. First is rent. Rent 4,000 per month. We are doing monthly calculation. Rent garage is only one garage is needed. Only one garage. Rent is a fixed cost. Garage rent. Garage rent 4,000 rupees. Only monthly calculation 4,000. Next item, annual repairs and maintenance per bus they have given. They have given annual. Will multiply with the number of buses and divide by 12. Will multiply with the repairs and maintenance means semi variable. Maintenance. Repairs and maintenance. Repairs and maintenance 22,500 into 5 divide by 12. 9375. 9375 into 5 by 12. Clear? Any doubts on this? Next item is salary of 5 driver, 3,000 each per month. 5 buses, 5 drivers are needed. 3,000 rupees per month. 3,000 rupees per driver. 3,000 rupees per month per driver. Driver salary fixed cost. Driver salary 3,000 into 5. 3,000 into 5. 3,000 into 5. Conductor salary next. Again fixed cost. Most of it will be fixed cost. Conductor salary 1,200 per month. 5 conductors 6,000. No? 1,200 into 5. 6,000. Yeah. 1,200 into 5. Manager salary again fixed cost. Manager salary fixed cost. One manager is sufficient. If more manager is needed, the question would have said that. Manager salary 7,500. Now road tax permit fee 5,000 for a quarter is mentioned. Only thing I am not sure is it per bus or is it for 5 buses together? I don't know. It's an assumption based area because permit fee road tax can be charged at a per bus level or at a overall level also. Other things where clarity was there. I'm assuming this is for all 5 buses together. Okay, I'll follow whatever is the assumption taken here. Assumed for 5 buses. Okay, all this is for 5 buses together. Okay, 5 buses together. I want to show the same answer will come monthly and this. I want to make the same assumption. Road tax 5,000 by 12. 5,000 into 4 by 12. 5,000 per quarter. 5,000 per quarter. 5,000 into 4 divided by 12. 1667. Clear? If it was for a single bus, we would have multiplied with 5 buses, 4 quarters. For a quarter they have given, I converted into year and then divided by 12. Office expenses 2,000 per month. 2,000. Clear? Then they have said Diesel cost is 33 rupees. Kilometer run per liter of each bus. Now write in the variable diesel cost. Diesel cost. Diesel cost. This is one of the important calculation. Diesel cost. In my first working note, distance traveled is 30,000 kilometer. Listen for a minute. 30,000 kilometer. This divided by the mileage. 6 kilometer per liter. Divide 1 liter will give you 6 kilometer. 1 liter will give you 6 kilometer. If you divide by 6, that will tell you how many liters are needed. That will tell you how many liters are needed. Divided by 6 kilometer. One in 1 liter, I'll travel 6 kilometer. So 30,000 divided by 6 into 33. 1,65,000 divided by 6 into 33. Clear? Annual depreciation 15% of cost. One bus cost is 6 lakh 50,000. We'll have to multiply with the number of buses. 15% is for a year. Divide by 12. Divide by 12. Annual depreciation 15%. Annual insurance 3%. Annual depreciation 15%. Annual insurance 3%. Let's go. Depreciation. Depreciation 6 lakh 50 into buses into 15% divided by 12 into 5 into 15%. 40,000. Same thing insurance then. 6 lakh 50,000. 6 lakh 50,000 into 3%. 5 buses 3%. How much? Please put a total now. Total fixed cost. Total fixed cost. Point number A. Total fixed cost. Put a total. Live online, guys. If you have done, let me know. Put a total of the fixed cost. How much? 917. Variable cost, semi-variable cost, only one line item is there. You can put a total or you can leave it also. Sometimes ICA writes total variable cost or they leave it also. Then in the end, total cost. Put a total of the three. If there are multiple items, I would have put a total for variable and semi-variable also. 84 plus 165 plus 9375. 292. 259, 292. Any doubts on this? Clear? Any proceed? Profit, total collection. Profit and total collection. Profit and total collection. Total collection is total sales. Now what question has said is, I want a profit of 1 by 3 on takings. Takings is collection. Collection is 100. Profit 1 by 3 is 33.33333. Cost is 66.6666. Profit is 33.3333 and sales is 100. One third, one third. Clear? Any doubts on this? Then how will we do the calculation? 66.66667 is equal to 259,292. 33.3333 is question mark. Basically half of this number. 66, half of that is 33. And you will get the total collection. 1,29,646. Add that total collection. I want to collect 3,88,938 in a month. In a month, I have to collect 3,88,938. Who's going to pay for this? 9,60,000 passenger kilometers will pay for this. 9 lakh. Why 9,60,000? It could be same passenger, different passenger. I'm not bothered. Anybody who travels for 1 kilometer is one passenger for me. So same person may travel for 100 kilometer, 20 kilometer. 9,60,000 people will pay me. 9,60,000 people will pay me because 30,000 kilometer the bus is running, and every time when I see the bus, 32 people are there in the bus. So every kilometer I run, 32 people are paying. Every kilometer I run, 32 people are paying. Next, below this, passenger kilometer. Passenger kilometer 9,60,000 divide fare per passenger kilometer. 4 decimal answer you write. Fare per passenger kilometer. 0.4051. Clear? Basically 40 paise or 41 paise 1 kilometer. So if you are going to travel for 20 kilometers, we'll multiply with 20 and tell the fare. 40 kilometers, this is approximate, okay? Exact word what they will do in practical, they'll round off, they will not keep it like this. But for 0.4051 is what I want to collect from one passenger 1 kilometer. One passenger and 1 kilometer. Question could have asked add on saying that what is the fare for one-way journey? Fare for one-way journey is 40 kilometer, 40 into 40 paise. 40 into 0.4051. What is the fare for two-way journey? 40 plus another 40 kilometer, 80 into 0.4051. So anything the question can ask. What is the fare for a 10 kilometer journey into 10? What is the fare for a 5 kilometer journey into 5? Now if you see this answer, final answer alone is matching 0.4051. But the entire calculation was done for a year there. Entire calculation was done for a year. Final answer matches 0.4051. So if the question is not clear, you can do either ways. Many question may tell what they want you to do. Monthly or yearly would be mentioned in the question. Then you'll have to follow that. Any doubts till this first? Okay. Now, in this, some of the points we have to be aware of. One point you have to be aware is GST or passenger tax. GST or passenger tax. This is collected from the customer. GST or passenger tax is collected from the customer. Bharadwaj Institute collected GST from you. It is neither our income nor our expense. It is neither our income nor our expense. So what will we do? We will collect the money from you, pass it on to government. So in our calculation, it can be total collection, that is cost, add profit, net collection, add passenger tax, total collection, add passenger tax, total collection. Question may say passenger taxes on total collection, net collection, something would be mentioned in the question, but passenger tax can be an add-on adjustment. Passenger tax can be an add-on adjustment. That we will see in question number 3. Please go through this question, test your knowledge. Question number 2. Test your knowledge. Question number 2. There should be a passenger tax adjustment is there. Go through this question. Question number 2. 2 minutes for you to go through this question. Little lengthier. Question number 2. Okay, let's go through the question. Mr. X owns a bus which runs according to the following schedule. So little bit tricky part there. That question, it's only 40 kilometer, 40 kilometer. Here, Delhi to Chandigarh you can go and you come back on the same day. 250 kilometers, 8 days you run, 90% occupied. Then you have Delhi to Agra. There it is 210 kilometers. Number of days it is 10 and seating capacity is 85%. Then you also have Delhi to Jaipur, which also has a different way of operation. Various expenses have been given. I may not focus much on the expenses side in this question. If I need, I'll focus, but otherwise we will do few parts of the question which is critical. Passenger tax is what I want to explain. Passenger tax is 20% of the total takings. 20% of the total taking. Calculate the fare to be charged if I want a profit of 30%. Profit of 30%. person. The fares are to be indicated for Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Agra, and Delhi to Jaipur. So first I'll calculate passenger kilometer and distance traveled. Then we prepare an operating cost statement. In that we will get total cost, add profit, net takings, add passenger tax, total takings. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to do as a overall calculation. We are going to start from the beginning. First is distance traveled and passenger kilometer itself is going to be tricky. It is not like the previous one where distance traveled per bus, per day, per month, into month. All that will not work here, because here the Delhi to Chandigarh has a different distance. Delhi to Agra has a different distance. Delhi to Jaipur has a different distance. So what we are going to do is we are going to calculate Delhi to Chandigarh distance separately, Delhi to Agra separately, Delhi to Jaipur separately, and in the end put a total. In the end put a total. Working note 1: computation of computation of distance traveled and passenger kilometer. You may need 5 6 columns. I'm not sure on the number of columns. We will need more columns. It could be 5 6 7. Distance traveled and passenger kilometer. In case it was the same route, no, then no headache. It is different routes, so I'll have to do one by one calculation. First row is route. Route, distance, number of days, total distance, number of passengers, passenger kilometer. Yeah, six column. Route, distance, number of days, total distance, passenger kilometer. Route, distance, number of days, total distance, number of passenger, and passenger kilometer. First is Delhi to Chandigarh. That is the first route we are traveling. The same bus goes to all the places. Start with Delhi to Chandigarh. Delhi to Chandigarh. How much is the distance between Delhi to Chandigarh? 250 kilometers, and we run it for 8 days. 1 month calculation only we are doing. I'm not going to do a yearly calculation. 8 days. Can you tell me in 8 days what will be the total distance traveled? Every day 250 kilometer, 8 days. What is the total? No, 250 going, 250 coming back. 250. It says now Delhi to Chandigarh and back the same day. It goes and comes back the same day. It goes and comes back the same day, and the distance is 250 kilometers one way. Distance is 250 kilometers one way. So 250 into 8 into 2, 4,000. I am going to carry 90% capacity. The seating capacity is 50 passenger. Seating capacity is 50 passenger. I am going to carry 90% capacity. 90% capacity. So 50 into 90%, 45, and passenger kilometer. Basically 1,80,000 people will be paying for Delhi to Chandigarh route. Clear? Others you write it and then refer the screen. Delhi to Agra. Number of passengers can be in decimal also. If it's in decimal, leave it in decimal. After you're done, put a total of total distance, put a total of passenger kilometer. Three routes we are going. Eleven thousand 440, 11,440 and 520, 500 kilometers. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay. Second, we have to do an operating cost statement, which we are not going to do, but I'll discuss certain aspect which I want to do. Okay. Assuming I have to do it for a month, okay? We have to do it for a month. I want your participation. Salary of the driver, which category? Fixed, variable, semi-variable. Fixed, directly 24,000. Okay, let's not write it. Conductor salary, fixed, directly 21,000. Part-time accountant, fixed, directly 5,000. Insurance, fixed. How much should I write? Divided by 12, 400. Please calculate diesel cost and tell me. You know the distance. Calculate diesel cost. Calculate diesel cost and tell me the figure. Diesel cost, calculate and tell me the figure. Live online, guys, you can type it. Diesel cost, what will be the overall number? 160. 11,440 divided by 4 kilometers per liter, divided by 4 multiplied with 56, multiplied with 56, you get 1,60,160, 160, 160. This will come under variable. This will come under variable. Road tax, fixed, divide by 12. Fixed, divide by 12. Oil is a variable cost. 10 rupees for every 100 kilometer. 10 rupees for every 100 kilometers. So 11,440 into 10 by 10 by 100. 10 rupees for every 100 kilometers. I know where we will start writing. Permit fee, fixed cost. Repairs and maintenance, variable cost. Repairs and maintenance, sorry, semi-variable cost. Repairs and maintenance, semi-variable cost. Depreciation per month, tell me. Depreciation per month. 20, 12 lakh into 20% into 1 by 12. 12 lakh into 20% into 1 by 12. Assuming I do all of this, I'll get the total cost. Beyond this, we are going to do the question. Beyond total cost. So I'm going to copy paste. Total cost number is 234,345. Beyond this, we are going to do the question. Okay. Now write operating cost statement. Operating cost statement. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. Total cost. Total cost 234,345. Total cost 234,345. This you would have done assuming you have understood whatever we have done, like the previous question. Important part is diesel cost, which we did a discussion. Others we were just directly writing it. Classification sometimes can be different also. It wouldn't make a big difference. ICI sometimes even take driver salary as running charges. So I cannot exactly say that, but classification is not that critical here. 234,345. Now add, right? Add profit, net collection. add profit net collection, add passenger tax total collection, add profit net collection, add passenger tax total collection, add profit net collection, add passenger tax total collection, passenger tax total collection. Now both profit and your passenger tax is on total collection. If one of them was on net, another one was on total, you can take either of them as 100. Either of them as 100. Here, passenger tax is 20% of total taking and profit is 30% of total taking. Profit is 30% of total taking. Both are on total taking. Both are on total taking. Now write total collection in bracket 100. Total collection in bracket 100. Passenger tax is 20 on 100. 20 on 100. Net collection 80. Net collection 80. Profit is also on 100. 30 on 100. Profit is 30 on 100 and cost is 50. Cost is 50. Listen, in case profit was on net collection, by mistake they give it on net collection, then profit is 30% of 80, 24. 30% of 80, 24. Cost is balancing 56. Cost is balance 56. In this question, both are on total takings. Both are on total takings. So total takings is 100. Passenger tax is 20% on 100. Net collection is 80. Profit is 30% on 100 and total cost is 50. Total cost is 50. That's all. Beyond this, it's formality. We can do the last one itself. 50 equal to 234 345. 50 equal to 234 345. 100 equal to question mark. And then write the anything you can start. That's your wish. 50 equal to 234 345. 4 lakh. Passenger tax is 20% of this. 468 690 into 20%. How much is it? 93 738. Net collection you will get 374 952 and this is 30% into 468 960. 140 688. Some number is not matching. 140 607. Okay. Okay, it is 696. Take it. Any doubts on this? Clear? So passenger tax, if they give, you have to do this calculation. Total cost, add profit, net collection, passenger tax, total collection. Passenger tax can be, so for example, I can say passenger tax is on net collection, profit is on total collection. Assume one of them is 100. Anything, that's your wish. That's your wish. And there's nothing like, if you say it is on net collection, take net collection as 100. Passenger tax is 20 on 100. Total collection will become 120. Total collection will become 120. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Clear? Can you proceed? Okay. Now, a question can say that I'm going from place A to place B and I'm coming back from place B to place A. When I'm coming back, I don't carry any weight. I don't carry any weight. It's goods transportation. When I'm going, I go with weight. But when I'm coming back, I do not carry any weight. I do not carry any weight. The formula for our calculation is distance traveled into number of tons. Distance traveled into number of tons. So for the return journey, ton kilometer will be 0. For the return journey, ton kilometer will be 0. But normal kilometer will be considered and the fuel cost on the same will also arise. Normal kilometer will be considered and you will also incur fuel cost. You will also incur fuel cost. When you are going 80,000 kilometer into 6 tons. When you are coming back, same 80,000 kilometer into 0 it can be. Same 80,000 kilometer. Distance 80 plus 80. But for the return journey, ton kilometer will be 0. For the return journey, ton kilometer will be 0. When you're going, you go with the goods. When you're coming back, you come back empty. So what will happen is, when I'm going itself, I'll do a double charge. I'll do a double charge from the customer, because when weight is there only he will pay. So when I'm going, I will do a double charge. But when I'm coming back, I don't have any charge. So that is why ton kilometer is 0. Ton kilometer is 0 because my income is dependent on ton kilometer. If I'm going with passengers, I will earn income. When I'm coming back, if passengers are not there, who's going to pay me? Nobody is going to pay me. But still, I'll be incurring diesel cost. I'll be incurring diesel cost. So for diesel cost or distance calculation, you have to consider that kilometer. But for ton kilometer, it will become 0. Ton kilometer, it will become 0. Clear? Any doubts on the concept here? Any doubts on the concept? Okay. Question number 5. I'm going to specifically discuss only few elements. I'm not going to focus on the entire element and all here. A transport company has a fleet of 3 trucks of 10 tons capacity, each plying in different direction for transport of customers' goods. The truck run loaded with goods. The truck run loaded with goods and return empty. The truck run loaded with goods and return empty. Distance traveled, number of trips made, and the load carried per day by each truck are as under. Per day by each truck are as under. There is a truck number 1, one-way distance, number of trip, load carried per trip. Load carried per trip. Analysis of maintenance, all this is not my worry. Okay, all this element I may still discuss, but other things is not my worry. Questions requirement is annual cost statement, annual yearly calculation. You have to do a yearly calculation. Calculate the cost per kilometer run. Freight rate per ton kilometer. What is freight rate? Is collection per ton kilometer. If you want a profit of 10% on freight, that is profit of 10% on sales. Profit of 10% on collection. Freight is my collection. Freight is my collection. I am not bothered about any of this element. Okay, I'm not bothered about any of these element. I just want to explain the truck run loaded with goods and return empty. The truck run loaded with goods and return empty. Here we are going to calculate distance traveled and ton kilometer. Distance traveled and ton kilometer. Working note 1. Working note 1. Computation of distance traveled and ton kilometer. Distance traveled and ton kilometer. You can have this almost the same one. Truck number, distance, number of trips, total distance, number of tons, ton kilometer. Truck number, distance, number of trips, total distance, number of tons, ton kilometer. Okay. I have 3 trucks. I'll first write 1 onward, then I'll write 1 return. 2 onward, 2 return. 3 onward, 3 return. Onward, I carry goods. Return, I don't carry goods. So we are writing it separately. Then later on, I'll explain. I could have written it together also, which I'll show with the solution. If you understand that way, that is quicker to do. First, write 1 onward, onward, and then 1 return. 1 onward and 1 return. 1 onward and 1 return. Distance is 16 kilometer, 16 kilometer. 16 kilometer and 16 kilometer. 16 and 16. Number of trips is 4. 4 onward going, 4 coming back. Okay, now listen for a minute. It says the vehicle operates 24 days per month on an average. 24 days per month on an average. This you have not. I have not given even time to read the question because I don't want you to read entire question. 24 days per month on an average. What will happen here is 16 kilometer into 4 times the onward journey into 24 days into 12 months. This is the distance traveled for onward, exact same distance for return. exact same distance for return. 16 kilometer into 4, we will do into 2 if I have to consider both onward and return. 16 kilometer into 4 into 24 days into 12 months. Same thing we will repeat here also. This is the return part of it. This is the return. Why the segregation, you'll understand. Tell me the total distance. 18,432. Clear? Now when I go with 6 tons. When I come back, I come back with 0 tons. When I go with 6 tons, but when I come back with 0 tons. 110, 592 and 0. 110, 592 and 0. Problem is over. We are not going to discuss anything beyond this. Like this, you have to do truck number 2, truck number 3. But this same thing I could have done in a shorter way also. Any doubts till this? Any doubts in this? Now listen. 1 onward and return together. I'm writing together. How will we do together? 16, 4. This will become 16 kilometer into 4 into 2 times into 24 days into 12 months. 24 days into 12 months. The distance obviously will become double. 18,432 into 2. 36,864. Now what concept says is, when you're going, you go with 6 tons. When you're coming back with 0 tons. You're going with 6 tons, coming back with 0 tons. On an average, you carry 3 tons. On an average, you carry 3 tons. Going with 6 tons, coming back with 0 tons. Going with 6 tons, coming back with 0 tons. On an average, you're carrying how many tons? 3 tons. So no need to do onward separate, return separate. Add all of that. Average load is 3 tons only. Average load is only 3 tons. What is 3 tons? 6 plus 0 by 2. 6 plus 0 by 2. If you multiply this, you'll get same 110, 592. You'll get same 110, 592. Either you onward separate analysis, return separate analysis, or do average weight. Do average weight. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Clear? Can you, okay, I'll do it, we'll discuss it. Cost per passenger kilometer is 80 paise. Profit is 20% on collection. Profit is 20% on collection. Distance between Chennai to Bangalore is 300 kilometer. What will be the two-way fare? What will be the two-way fare? My cost is 0.80. Profit is 20% on collection. Profit is 20% on collection. So what we will be doing? You no need to write cost, profit, collection. Cost is 80 paise per kilometer. Cost is 80 paise per kilometer. Collection is 100. Profit is 20. Cost is 80. Collection is 100. Profit is 20. Cost is 80. 80 equal to 80 paise. 100 equal to 100 paise, which is 1 rupee. So my collection will be 1 rupee per passenger kilometer. Collection will be 1 rupee per passenger kilometer. They have asked for a two-way journey fare. You have to pay 1 rupee into 300 kilometers going, 300 kilometers coming back. 300 kilometers going, 300 kilometers coming back. You have to pay two-way fare. You have to pay two-way fare. Any doubts in this example? Okay, this is another tricky example. A company has, we will do it together. You will start writing this once I'm done. A company has announced a 3-day travel package for Chennai, Bangalore, Kochi, Chennai. That is Chennai to Bangalore, Bangalore to Kochi, Kochi to Chennai. Distance between Chennai to Bangalore is 300 kilometer. Kochi to Bangalore is 400 kilometer and Chennai to Kochi is 500 kilometer. The mileage of the car is 10 kilometer per liter. Mileage is 10 kilometer per liter. Company has a policy to get fuel filled up sufficient to reach next destination only, sufficient to reach next destination only. Now comes the problem. The cost of fuel in Chennai, Bangalore and Kochi is 60 rupees, 65 rupees, 70 rupees, 60 rupees, 65 rupees, 70 rupees. Till now what we did in two questions, we solved, added all the distance traveled, divided by the mileage and multiplied with one rate. Here the headache is, in Chennai the rate is 60 rupees, in Bangalore the rate is 65 rupees, and in Kochi the rate is 70. I start from Chennai to Bangalore. For this distance, I'll fill the petrol in Chennai. I'll fill the petrol in Chennai. Then for Bangalore to Kochi, I'll fill it in Bangalore. And for Kochi to Chennai, I'll fill it in Kochi. It says the policy is that get fuel filled up sufficient to reach what? Next destination only. Exactly not possible, but that's what the question says. Reach next destination only. So when I start from Chennai, I'll fill so many liters so that I reach Bangalore. I reach Bangalore. Then from Bangalore, I'll fill so many liters so that I reach Kochi. And from Kochi, I'll fill so many liters so that I reach back Chennai. So that I reach back Chennai. Clear? Any doubts on this? Clear? Now let's write this. Fuel cost is equal to fuel cost Chennai to Bangalore equal to we start with Chennai going to Bangalore. Chennai to Bangalore 300 kilometer is the distance, 10 kilometer is the mileage, and I'll be filling fuel in Chennai. In Chennai it is 60 rupees. Then I go to Bangalore, it is 65 rupees. Then I go to Kochi, it is 70 rupees. So Chennai to Bangalore 300 divided by 10 into 60 rupees, 1800. Chennai to Bangalore 1800. Then we do Bangalore to Kochi. Next area, Bangalore to Kochi. Chennai, Bangalore, Kochi, Chennai is the package. Chennai, Bangalore, Kochi, Chennai. What is the distance between Bangalore and Kochi? 400 kilometer. 400 by 10, 65 rupees. Then I come back. Kochi to Chennai. 500 kilometer. This is 500 kilometer. And Kochi to Chennai, we fill it in Kochi, which is 70 per liter. All put together, how much? 7,900. Otherwise, simple approach we used to do is add up everything, divide by 10 and multiply with single rate. But here I have different rate in different places. Chennai to Kochi has a different rate. Kochi to Bangalore has a different rate. And Chennai to Bangalore, Bangalore to Kochi, and Kochi to Chennai. Any doubts in this? Clear? It's a very good example. 7,900. This is not needed as of now. Okay, let's see this example. This will test one of the concept which I've done earlier. Tell me, how can I answer this? Let's see whether you remember that concept. I've not taught it now, but I've already taught you this concept. How will you answer this? I don't want the calculation. You tell me how first. No, that will not. Okay, 1,05,000 question mark. Then what will you do? No, cross multiplication will not work. Both cross multiplication will give different answer. No, that is also wrong. Yeah, one student has messaged it here. This is 1 lakh kilometer, 90,000. If you divide by per unit, you'll get 0.90. If you divide, you'll get 0.90. If you divide this, you get 1, which means it's a semi-variable cost. Change in cost by change in units. Change in cost by change in kilometer. Change in cost by change in kilometer. That will give you the variable component. Substitute in one of the level, you'll get the fixed component. Substitute in one of the level, you'll get the fixed component. I'm not teaching new. It is already taught there. Its only thing is you will have to apply it at the right places. Change in cost by change in kilometer. Change in cost is 10,000. Change in cost is 10,000. Change in kilometer is 20,000. So variable component is 50 paise. Variable component is 50 paise. We can substitute this in any one. We can substitute this in any one. If you substitute it in 1 lakh, 50,000 is variable, balance 40,000 is fixed. Balance 40,000 is fixed. 40,000 plus 1 lakh 5,000 into 50 paise. 40,000 plus 1 lakh 5,000 into 50 paise. You cannot do it through cross multiplication. Cross multiplication will work only if they are given one data. If they are given one data, then you are right. Where is this tested in the question? This is tested in this question by ICI. Total distance travel, maintenance cost, change in cost by change in kilometer. Change in cost by change in kilometer concept. Change in cost by change in kilometer concept. Clear? That is why I said if overall is same, variable. So if overall is same, fixed. Per unit same, variable. Neither of them same, semi-variable. And if you give me two data points, one data point I cannot do anything. If you give me two data point, change in cost by change in kilometer. Change in cost by change in kilometer. Any doubts in this? Not a new concept, not a new concept, but application has to be done at the appropriate place. This is later. Okay, let's see this. Company is paying 20% of collection as commission to driver. 20% of collection as commission to driver and conductor. Commission to driver and conductor. The total cost excluding commission is 76,000. The total cost excluding commission is 76,000. Profit margin is 20% of total cost. Profit margin is 20% of total cost. What should be the collection? What should be the collection? Now I'll read it again. I am paying 20% of collection as commission to driver and conductor. Whatever I pay to driver and conductor will form part of my cost. Will form part of my cost. Whatever I pay to driver and conductor will form part of my cost. Total cost excluding the commission is 76. Total cost excluding the commission is 76. Profit margin is 20% of total cost. And they want us to calculate total collection. Write this. Let's write this. Particulars amount. Particulars amount. Particulars amount. Particulars and amount. Total cost excluding commission. We don't know the numbers of the commission. Total cost excluding commission 76,000. Excluding commission 76,000. Plus commission. I don't know. We'll see. Plus commission, we don't know. Commission is 20% of collection. Total cost. Total cost. I don't know that also. Profit. Total collection. Commission is on total collection. I don't know. Profit is on total cost. I don't know. Both I don't know. This is 20%. This is also 20%. One is on total cost. One is on total collection. Unfortunately, both I don't know. Unfortunately, both I don't know. So either of them we assume as 100 and proceed ahead. I'll prefer to always do the in-between item. This is 100. This is 100. This is 100. Profit is 20% of total cost. Profit is 20% of total cost. So this is 20. Profit is 20% of total cost. So collection is doesn't end here. Collection is 120. Commission is 20% of 120. Commission is 20% of 120. Commission is 20% of 120, which is 100 minus 24, 76. 76 equal to 76,000, 24 equal to 24,000, 100 equal to 1 lakh, 20 equal to 20,000, 120 equal to 1 lakh 20. 120 equal to 1 lakh 20. Any item you don't know, take it as 100. Any item you don't know, take it as 100 and then close it. So here commission is on total collection. Can I take total collection as 100? Yes, you can do. But then the calculation will take little bit more time. You will have to take this as 100, then do the calculation. You will still get to the answer. You will still get to the answer, but it will take time. It will take time. That's all. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can you proceed? Okay, there are still decent good MCQs are there. I would suggest you to try doing some of the MCQs. Some I'm yet to even teach the full concept. There are two, three still concepts to be done. I also have to do maybe two or three more descriptive question, but I will do them in tomorrow's session. Today, I don't want to do beyond this. I think this is the max I'll be able to manage. So we are done with one major area, which is on an area called transportation of goods and transportation of passenger. Main part here is calculating distance traveled and ton kilometer or distance traveled and passenger kilometer. After that, there are variants which will keep coming in. Classification of cost: variable, fixed, semi-variable. Variable, fixed and semi-variable. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? I'll end with this thing. Okay. Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We had started with service costing in the previous session. We learned that service costing is, as the name indicates, is used in service industry. One unique point about the service industry is the cost unit. The cost unit is going to be a combination of two or more factors. It could be a combination of time and some other factor, distance and some other factor. In an education, it is students and time, number of hours. In a transportation, it is kilometers and number of passengers. So it will be a combination of two items which will become a cost unit. This cost unit which we calculate can be exact computation, which is called absolute ton kilometer, exact students into exact hours, or average students into total hours, average students into total hours, which is technically commercial uh, student hours and absolute student hours, or we call it as absolute ton kilometer and commercial ton kilometer. Absolute ton kilometer means exact calculation you have to do. Commercial ton kilometer means we can do total distance into the average load or average quantity. The format of cost sheet is: the cost unit in a transport industry is passenger kilometer or ton kilometer, and the cost classification is fixed cost or standing charges, variable cost or running charges, semi variable cost or maintenance charges. This is the broad breakup. Two more points I have to explain here, and then we do the question. Vehicles not available due to repair. A question may indicate that vehicles not available due to repair. Now let's understand what this means. Assume a company has 30 vehicles, 40 vehicles, 50 vehicles. So what you need to do, if vehicles are not available for repairs, I have three choices. Let's assume there are 30 vehicles, 10% is not available. 10% is not available due to repair. You can say only 27 vehicles are there. 30 minus 10%, only 27 vehicles are there in the company. First choice, reduce the number of vehicle. You don't want to do on the vehicle, let the vehicle be as it is, reduce the number of days of operation. Instead of 30 days, take 27 days. You don't want to do that, calculate the final answer and then reduce 10%. Calculate the final, what is final answer? Ton kilometer. Calculate the ton kilometer and then deduct the 10%. Basically, vehicle not available due to repair. We did one question where we multiplied with 5 buses. The first question, I'll not multiply with 5. If 10% is not available, 4.5 buses. It will become 4.5 buses. You can either do it at the number of trucks level, or do it at the number of days level, or do it in the final answer. Do it in the final answer. Go ahead and do it in the final answer. Clear? Any doubts on this? Next, this we have already discussed. No weight carried during return journey. If you are not carrying any weight, if you are not carrying any weight during the return journey, distance calculation it will be considered, but ton kilometer will become zero. Ton kilometer it will become zero because you are not carrying any weight during the return journey. No weight carried during the return journey. Ton kilometer it will come, but ton kilometer will become zero. But as far as distance traveled is concerned, you will have to consider it in the computation. Penalty for overloading. Now, what is penalty for overloading? Is vehicle capacity is 8 tons. You have loaded 10, 12, 10 tons, 12 tons, 14 tons. Penalty is an abnormal item. It will not come in the operating cost statement. The operating cost statement which we calculate gives us something called as operating profit. It will give us operating profit or costing profit. So if there is any penalty for overloading, then you will not consider it in the cost sheet, but it will come in the net profit calculation. It will come in the net profit computation. It will not come in the cost sheet, but it will come in the net profit computation. I'll show you the implication of this in one question. We are not going to do it, but just that item. Question 9, not, if you see the question, it's illustration number 5, all data is there. Let's not read all that. There is an item called penalty for overloading. There's an item called penalty for overloading. Now, how do we account for penalty for overloading? This is the operating cost statement. This gave me operating profit. This gave me operating profit. After the operating profit is calculated, for net profit, I'll deduct penalty for overloading. Net profit, I'll deduct penalty for overloading. In fact, I can do two statements. One is operating cost statement, close it till operating profit, then an income statement. Then an income statement. Maybe just to save some space, I've done it directly. Otherwise, I can do another statement called income statement. Income statement is more like a financial accounting. Penalty is an expense. Penalty is an expense, but costing does not consider it. Costing does not consider penalty to be an item which is to be considered. Any doubts on this? Driver commission as a percentage of collection, I think we have already discussed it in one MCQ also. If they give us a percentage of commission, assume the sales is 100, then calculate the profit, then go back the total cost, then go back the driver commission and total cost excluding commission. Total cost excluding commission. GST or passenger tax collected from customer, neither income nor expense. Neither income nor expense. Clear? This is what we broadly saw in the previous session. I will do few more problems because this is the most important. The transport costing is the most important part. We will move to question number 7. We will do this together. Full question we will do. Go through the question. It's illustration number 4. Illustration number 4. Go through the question. Study mat illustration number 4 and then I'll take you through. You read it and then we start doing it together. Slightly lengthier question. Okay. MCQ final answer only. Okay, let's now read it. SMC is a public school having 5 buses, each plying in different direction for the transport of its school students. In view of large number of students availing of the bus service, the buses work 2 shifts daily. The buses is doing 2 shifts daily, both in the morning and in the afternoon. Buses are garaged in the school. The workload is arranged in such a manner that first trip picks up senior student, second trip picks junior student, then first trip takes the junior student, second trip. So something like that they have given. The distance traveled by each bus one way is 8 km. One way is 8 km. School works for 25 days in a month and remains closed for vacation in May, June, and December. So number of months is only 9 months. Number of months is 9 months. May, June, and December is vacation. Bus fees, however, payable for all the 12 months in the year. Various expenses they have given. Driver salary 4,500 payable for all 12 months. So we have 9 months of operation. We have to pay all 12 months. Cleaner salary all 12 months. License fees and taxes are there. Insurance premium, repairs and maintenance, purchase price. Each bus gives an average mileage of 4 km per liter of diesel. Seating capacity is 50. The seating capacity is fully occupied. All the seats are fully occupied. Students picked up and dropped within a range of 4 km are charged half fare, and 50% traveling are in this category. Ignore interest since the charges. Prepare a statement showing the expense of operating a single bus. All the 5 buses. We will do only single bus in the class, but they've asked for single bus as well as 5 buses. What is 5 buses? Whatever you write a single, you multiply with 5. Then work out the average cost per student per month. Average cost per student per month is basically the bus fee which the student has to pay. No profit margin, nothing is given in the question. So we are just going to collect the cost is what the question is indicating. One bus in one day will travel how many kilometers? Read it carefully and tell. One bus in one day will travel how many kilometers? One bus in one day, how many kilometers? Number of trips, everything is given. In one day, how many kilometers? Live online guys, type it. You've got the answer from one student. It is going to be 64. How 64? I'll explain. The one way distance is 8 km. In the morning, first trip for senior student, first trip means 8 going, 8 coming back. Second trip for junior students, 8 going and 8 coming back. So together it is 30, 16 plus 16. For evening, again you have to drop the junior, come back, drop the senior and come back. So 4 trips will happen in a day. 4 trips will happen in a day. In a single day, the bus will do 4 trips. 4 trips, 8 going, 8 coming back, again 8 going, 8 coming back, again 8 going, 8 coming back, again 8 going and 8 coming back. Working note 1, computation of distance traveled. Pavitra, Pavitra, computation of distance traveled. We are going to do calculation for only one bus. I can do it for 5 buses also because question wants us to do, but I'll restrict my calculation to one bus. Distance traveled per bus per day. Per bus per day is equal to 2 into 8. 2 into 8 is basically 16 kilometers one trip into 4 trips. 4 trips, 64 kilometers. 64 kilometers. Then distance traveled per bus per month. Per bus per month. How many days the bus is operating? 25 days. 64 kilometer into 25 days. 1600 kilometer. 1600 kilometer. Why are we doing this? For diesel calculation, for the diesel cost calculation. Distance traveled per year per bus per year. Per bus per year. 1600 into number of months is not 12. Number of months is not 12. The bus is closed, or the school is closed for vacation in May, June, and December. May, June, and December. So it's only 9 months. It's only 9 months. 1600 into 9 months. 14,400 kilometer. Any doubts on this? Ideally, I should do it for 5 buses. I'll restrict myself to one bus. Okay. No concept of passenger kilometer here, because in this question it is not different people are going to come, the same students are only going to travel. So I indirectly not going to charge based on kilometer. Whether that student is in the bus or not in the bus, he has to pay money. Whether he is in the bus or not in the bus, he has to pay money. One concession they are saying, some 4 kilometer gap, something they've talked about, we'll see that later. So here concept of passenger kilometer will not come. Concept of passenger kilometer will not come. Here the collection, for example, Bharadwaj Institute, we don't calculate student hours. We are collecting on the basis of number of student. Our fees is on the basis of number of student. Whether you are in the class, not in the class, you have to pay money. You have to pay money. So our fees is collected on the basis of number of student. We will not do student hours, because our fees is not based on the number of hours you are attending the class. So in this question, the concept of passenger kilometer will not come. Concept of passenger kilometer will not come. Any doubts on this? Working note 2. Statement showing cost of operating single bus. Operating single bus. We are going to do one bus calculation. Particulars calculation amount. Calculation amount. Same thing. Fixed cost or standing charges. Fixed cost or standing charges. Some 7-8 lines gap. Variable cost or running charges, and then maybe some 2-3 lines gap. Semi variable cost or maintenance charges. Fixed or standing, variable or running, semi variable or maintenance. 3 category of cost we have. We'll go item by item. First is driver salary, payable for all 12 months. Payable for all 12 months. One bus, one driver. One bus, one driver. Driver salary. 4,500 into 12 months. 54,000. Second is cleaner salary, payable for all 12 months, but one cleaner is for 5 buses. Whatever you pay is for 5 buses, we'll divide by 1 by 5. We are doing calculation for one bus. We're doing calculation for one bus. Cleaner salary. Cleaner salary. 3,500 into 12 months into 1 by 5, because whatever we calculate will go for a 5 buses. 8,400. 8,400. Balances, I think, self-explanatory. Keep writing them. License, fees and taxes, 8,600. Insurance premium, 10,000. Insurance premium, 10,000. Repairs and maintenance, put it in the semi-variable category. Repairs and maintenance, 35,000. Repairs and maintenance, 35,000. 35,000. Then we have depreciation. Purchase price of the bus is given, life is given, scrap value is given. Purchase price, life and scrap value is given. Purchase price minus the salvage value divided by life. Purchase price minus the salvage value divided by life. Depreciation. Depreciation. 15 lakh minus 3 lakh divided by 12. 15 lakh minus 3 lakh 1 lakh, na? Some student has typed. Okay, okay. 1 lakh. Depreciation is 1 lakh. Please calculate diesel cost. You can refer the screen, but you try calculating it. Logic is already explained. Mileage is 4 kilometer, 45 per liter. 4 kilometer and 45 per liter. 4 kilometer and 45 per liter. Yeah, I think I've got the answer in live online also. 1,62,000. Any doubts on this? We do not have any other cost here. This is the cost. Prepare a statement showing the expense of operating a single bus and 5 buses. We are doing single bus, 5 buses we have not done. And then work out the average cost per student per month. We'll come to that. Put a total fixed cost. Total fixed cost. How much? 1,81,000. And finally, total cost. Variable, there is no total. Only one item is there. Even if you put, sorry, 3 lakh 78,000. 3,78,000 is my overall cost. 3,78,000 is the overall cost I'm incurring. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 3,78,000? Now I need to recover this money from students. Now every bus has a seating capacity of 50 students. Every bus has a seating capacity of 50 students. But whatever I incur for one bus will be paid by 100 students. How 100? 50 junior, 50 senior. 50 junior and 50 senior. In one bus, 50 junior are there, 50 senior are there. 100 people will have to pay me 3,78,000. 100 people will have to pay me 3,78,000 because the question says the initially talked out first trip picks up senior student, second trip picks up junior student. So in the school 100 students will be informed that your bus number is 14, 15, 16, 17, some number they'll mention. These 100 people will have to pay me 3,78,000. Question is talking about some concession. If that concession idea was not there, 3,78,000 divided by 100, everybody pay me this amount. That's all. 3,78,000 divided by 100 is the annual fees. Divide by 12 monthly fees. If you want, you can do work out average cost per student per month. Every month they have to pay, not only 9 months, you have to pay all the 12 months. But the problem here is 3,78,000 will be paid by 100 students, but every student is not going to pay the same amount. Every student is not going to pay the same amount. 3,78,000 to be paid by 100 students, but every student is not going to pay the same amount. Then where is the challenge? It says there are two category of students. Students picked up and dropped within a range of 4 kilometer of distance are charged half fare, and 50% are traveling in each trip in this category. If you are within 4 kilometer, you have to pay half fare. Half fare does not mean I'll suffer loss. I want 3,78,000. Indirectly, what I will do is I will increase the fare, collect half from these guys, full will be collected from others. Put together, I'll get 378. Put together, I'll get 3,78,000. Next, computation of fare or computation of average cost per student per month. Average cost per student per month. Average cost per student per month. Total cost slash collection for a year. Cost is also same, collection is also same. Total cost slash collection for a year. For a year, I want 3,78,000. For a year, I want 3,78,000, whether you call it as cost or whether you call it as collection. Collection for a month. For a month, 3,78,000 by 12. 378 by 12. If they were not collecting fee in those 3 months, then divided by 9. But all months, 31 In an ideal situation, I would have divided by 100 students and told them to pay this money. But that is not going to work now. That is not going to work. All right. Let us assume full fare, full fare to be X, full fare to be X, full fare to be X. Four columns: category, category, number of students, number of students, fare, total collection. Fare or fees, you can call it as fees, total collection, total collection. Category, number of students, fees, and total collection. Category, number of students, fees, and total collection. We have two category of students. What are the two categories? People who come from 4 kilometer and people who come from more than 4 kilometer, less than 4 kilometer, more than 4 kilometer. 50% of the students in each trip are in this category. That is less than 4 kilometer, 50%, more than 4 kilometer, another 50%. So a bus has 100 students. A bus has 100 students. How 100 students? 50 junior and 50 senior. A bus has 100 student. Now write less than 4 kilometer, more than 4 kilometer. 50 students, 50 students. Totally 100 students are there. Totally 100 students are there. In that 50 students are less than 4 kilometer, 50 students are more than 4 kilometer. Clear? Any doubts in the bus has 100 students? How 100? 50 junior and 50 senior. What are the fees? This guys will pay 0.5x and these guys will pay x. 0.5x and x. That's all we are done. 25x, 50x, 75x equal to 31,500. I want 31,500 per month. 25x equal to 31,500. If this concession was not there, directly divide by 100 students. That's all. Directly divide by 100 students. 75x equal to 31,500. Tell me what is the full fare or full fees. Divide by 75 and tell. Rupees 420. This has to be paid every month by greater than 4 kilometer student. If you are traveling for more than 4 kilometer, every month you have to pay 420 rupees. Every month you have to pay 420 rupees. This has to be paid every month by greater than 4 kilometer student. Half fees 0.5x rupees 210. This has to be paid every month by less than 4 kilometer student. If you are traveling less than 4 kilometer, pay the half fees, and if you are traveling more, pay full fees. Clear? Any doubts in this? Able to understand this? Less than and more than. Now let's see whether you have understood this properly or not. Get me answer to this. This is little trickier than the earlier one, but still try. Just give me 1 minute, 1 minute, one thing alone I have to check. Just add one information. This is per month, okay? This is per month itself. 3 lakh is per month. I think that is what his answer is taken. Wanted to just check that. Do this. Do it. It's very similar to the example which we have done. Try writing. Okay, only one question to you guys. I think others I don't want to discuss. One bus will have how many students paying? One bus will have how many paying students? 120 students. In that, how many are less than 8 kilometer? How many are more than 8 kilometer? How many less than 8? How many more than 8? 40 and 80. That's the only thing because it says the number of students residing within a distance of less than 8 kilometer, less than 8 kilometer, greater than 8 kilometer is double that of students residing beyond 8 kilometer, double. So this is two times, this is one time. This is two times and one time. This is double that of the students residing in the other category. Otherwise, there's nothing there. The same thing you will do. For example, here you will put it as less than 8 kilometer, more than 8 kilometer. Number of students is 120 into by 3, 120 into 2 by 3, double 80, and this is 40, this is 40. The fare is going to be less than 8 kilometer, I think half fare, more than 8 kilometer full fare. When you multiply 40x plus 40x, 80x is equal to 3 lakh. 80x is equal to 3 lakh. You will get the answer to x and then answer to half. Point is, again, I should not have done that problem. But if I keep doing only MCQs, some grip will not be there. That's why I was forced to do it. But otherwise, you do the MCQ, that is sufficient. There's nothing was there in that question other than this. No other concept got tested in that question other than this. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Okay, I'll go to the next question. Question 11. Okay, this question I'm doing only for because of this item, driver commission, only because of the item on driver commission. Let's read it. ABC transport company has been given a route of 40 kilometer long to run a bus. Bus cost 10 lakh, insured at 3%, annual tax 20,000, garage rent 20,000 per month, annual repairs 2 lakh 4,000. Bus will last for 2.5 years. Driver salary will be 30,000. Conductor salary will be 25,000 in addition to 10% of takings as commission. 10% of takings as commission. Takings as commission. So 10% of taking basically mean that you need to calculate the overall sales, which we don't know. Then they're saying that will be shared between the conductor. That's okay. That's not worry. 10% is commission. Cost of stationery, manager come accountant salary, petrol and oil. Bus will make three up and down trip. Up and down trip, carrying on an average 40 passenger. Bus will run on an average 25 days in a month. Assuming 15% profit on taking, calculate the fare to be charged per passenger kilometer. Everything similar. First thing we will do is distance traveled and passenger kilometer. Question has not mentioned anything. You can do month also, you can do year also. You can do month also or year also. That's your wish. Monthly calculation or yearly calculation, final answer will remain same. They want us to calculate bus fare to be charged per passenger kilometer. We are going to do yearly calculation, yearly cost statement. In that, we'll calculate total cost excluding commission. Total cost excluding commission. Then add commission, total cost, add profit, total collection. Something you'll assume as 100 and then try to get to the answer. Clear? Any doubts on the question first? Let's start. Working note 1. This is illustration number 3. Working note 1. Computation of distance traveled and passenger kilometer. distance traveled and passenger kilometer, distance traveled per bus per day. Read and tell me per bus per day is how much? Per bus per day. I've got the answer in live online. Others also do it. How much? 240. The route is 40 kilometer, three trips in a day, 40 going, 40 coming back. Three times you have to do. 2 into 40. Every question, this is how you have to do. Start with this 2 into 40 into 3. 40. Distance traveled per month. 240 kilometer into. The bus will run on an average for how many days? 25 days in a month. 25 days in a month. Bus will run on an average for 25 days in a month. 240 into 25 days. 6,000. Clear? Distance traveled per year. 6,000 into 12 months. I can even do monthly calculation. Ultimate answer will remain same. The final answer will remain same. 72,000. Clear? Any doubts in this? Done. After this, we have done distance travel till per year calculation. We have done multiply with number of passenger kilometer. Multiply with number of passenger kilometer. Number of passenger kilometer. How many passengers are there in a bus? 40 passengers are there. The bus will make 3 round trip carrying on an average 40 passengers per on each trip. So 40, multiply this, 72,000 into 40, 28 lakh 80,000 kilometer. Now we are going to do operating cost statement. I'll be doing it in the screen. You do it in your notebook. Till total cost excluding commission. Till total cost, variable cost, fixed cost, semi-variable, total cost excluding commission. Commission I'll explain. Working note to operating cost statement for a year. Operating cost statement for a year. Operating cost statement for a year. Particulars calculation amount. You keep doing it. If you're done, let me know these numbers: total fixed cost and total cost. Keep doing it. Take your time. I have no problem. Take your time. I want you to do it and then refer the screen. Okay, salary. Sorry. Did I miss? I thought monthly calculation. Right, that should be the numbers. These should be the numbers. If you get anything different, let me know. Earlier, by mistake, I did not do into 12 for driver, conductor, and stationery and accountant salary. Tell me the total of fixed cost. 15 lakh, 1566. Variable, we have only one item. Variable, we have only one item. So nothing to be done. Semi variable, also one item. Tell me the total. Total cost excluding. Commission is a variable cost here, but I cannot calculate it. Total cost excluding commission. Total cost excluding commission. 1566. 21 lakh. 30,000. Can anybody getting any different answer? Let me know. I hope you have completed. I'll wait for another minute. Complete till this. Live online, guys. If you have got this, let me know. 2130. Okay. Beyond this, we will discuss that adjustment also I've explained, but beyond this, I want to do it together. Till 2130, you can write it. Beyond this, I want to do it together. Any doubts on 2130? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on 2130? Can we? Done? After this, right, add commission, total, add commission total cost, add commission total cost. We don't know the commission figure as of now. Add profit total collection, add profit total collection, add profit total collection, total collection, total collection in bracket 100, total collection in bracket 100. Profit as per the question is 15% on takings, 15% on taking, 15% on taking is 15% on collection. So profit is 15, cost is 85. Profit is 15, cost is 85. Profit is 15, cost is 85. And commission is 10% of collection. Commission is 10% of collection, 10 on 100. 10 on 100, and total cost excluding commission is 75. Total cost excluding commission is 75. Total cost excluding commission is 75. Total collection is 100. Profit is 15% of taking, 15. Total cost is 85. Commission is 10. 10% of total collection. Commission is 10% of total collection, and total cost excluding commission is 75. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? That's all. 75 equal to 2130. 10 equal to question mark. 2,84,000. 2,84,000. I add that 2414. Same thing. 75 equal to 2130, 15 equal to question mark. How much? 4 lakh 26,000. And ultimately we'll add up all of this and get the sales number, which is 28. I could have got this also saying 75 equal to 2130, 100 equal to question mark. Beyond this, I'm not doing it. I'll have to divide by the number of passenger kilometer. That will give me fare per passenger kilometer. That will give fare per passenger kilometer. Any doubts on the concept here? Any doubts on the concept? Clear? Can we proceed? With this, my concept discussions are over. Whatever concept I wanted to discuss is almost done. But one challenging question I want to do now. Question number 15, case scenario 1 of your ICI study mat. In the study mat, it is MCQ based. Here I have not added the MCQ part, but we are going to do the problem. We are going to do the problem, but MCQ will not be there. Go through the question quickly. Not much is there. Just quickly go through it. Okay. Navya LMV Private Limited operates cab car rental service Delhi NCR. It provides services to office of Noida, Gurugram and Faridabad. It is having CNG fuel car. It wants to get into EV. Cost of CNG car, cost of EV car, and certain cost will be common like driver salary will be incurred on both. Garage rent would be incurred on both. Office and admin cost will be incurred. They want us to calculate what is cost of running one vehicle per month per car. Vehicle per month per month only, per month calculation per car for both CNG and EV option, for both the CNG and EV option. Some of the cost like driver salary will be same, some of the cost like maintenance is going to be different, insurance is going to be different, tire replacement is going to be different, battery replacement cost is going to be different. So certain costs are going to be different, certain costs are going to be same. Working note 1, operating cost statement. Operating cost statement of CNG and EV car per month. CNG and EV car per month calculation. Particulars in two columns. CNG car, which is your gas based, and EV car. Fixed cost. In the study mat, it's an MCQ based question, but the question is same, numbers are same, just that MCQs I've removed. Fixed, variable, semi variable. Fixed, variable and semi variable. Fixed cost, variable cost and semi variable cost. Okay, let's go item by item. From the beginning, we will read it. First information I'll calculate is depreciation. Car purchase price is there, subsidy on the purchase of car is there, life of the car is there, residual value is there. Residual value is there, depreciation per month. We have to calculate per month depreciation. When we do CNG car, cost is there, residual value is there. When you do EV, subsidy will have to be reduced from the cost. Subsidy will have to be reduced from the cost. So depreciation I'm showing the calculation. You can write the final number. If you want calculation, then you can write it also. Depreciation is 9 lakh 20 is the cost of the car. 95,000 is the residual value divided by 180 months, or divided by 15 years into 1 by 12 into 1 by 12, or directly divided by 180 months. 180 months, 9 lakh 20 minus 95,000 divided by 180 months. We will write two decimal answer if it comes in decimal. 4583.33. Depreciation is 4583.33. 15 years is the life, so divided by 180 months. 4583.33. You can round off also. Okay, I think I said it in decimal. Rounding off also is okay. Other side, what is the original cost? What is the cost of the car? 15 lakh 20, and we have to subtract subsidy. That is the cost. After you subtract the subsidy only, you get the cost, and then you subtract the residual value and divide by 120 months. Divide by 120 months. 10-year life. 10-year life minus 1 lakh 50 minus 1 lakh 50 minus 1 lakh 70. 120 months. 120 months. 10,000 is what a student has highlighted. 10,000 for EV car. Depreciation is 10,000 for a EV car. Depreciation 4583 and 10,000. Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? The next one is mileage is given. Mileage is basically to calculate the diesel cost. To calculate the diesel cost. 20 kilometer per kg. 20 kilometer per kg, not liter, per kg. I'm going to travel for 1500 kilometer. Divide by 20 kilometer per kg will give me the number of kgs of CNG needed. Multiply with price of CNG 60. When you do EV car, you have to divide by 240. This will tell you how many times you have to charge. How many times you have to charge? Divide by 240, because every time you charge, you can travel 240 kilometer. Divide by 240, and for one charge, you have to incur this cost. 30 kilowatt hours. What is 30 kilowatt hours? Is 30 units of electricity. 30 units of electricity, and 7.6 is the rate per unit. 7.6 is the EB cost per unit. EB cost per unit. Next, right, in the variable cost, CNG cost slash electricity cost. CNG cost slash electricity cost. CNG cost slash electricity cost. $1,500 divided by 20 into 60 rupees. Divided by 20 into 60 rupees. Divided by 20 into 60 rupees. 4,500. Divided by 20 into 60. 4,500. Clear? When it comes to the other one, same calculation only, but here divided by 240. Why divide by 240? Every time you charge, you can go for 240 kilometer, and for charging every time you have to consume 30 units of electricity, and each unit of electricity is 7 rupees 60 paise. Each unit of electricity is 7 rupees 60 paise. You have to spend 30 units of electricity. So into 30 into 7.6 into 30 into 7.6, 1425. That's what a student has highlighted. 1425. Clear? Any doubts on this? 1425 is the CNG cost or electricity cost. Clear? Next is maintenance cost, self-explanatory. Just divide by 12. Maintenance cost semi-variable. Divide by 12 alone. Maintenance cost 8,000 by 12. 666.67 and 5200 by 12. 5200 by 12, 433.33. This is self-explanatory. 666 and 433. Any doubts on this? Clear? Insurance cost also self-explanatory. Divide by 12. Insurance cost in the fixed. Insurance cost divide by 12. 7600 by 12. 7000. I don't want to explain much here. 7600 by 12 by 12. 633.33. 14600 by 12. 1216.67. 1216.67. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? 1216.67. Clear? Okay. Next is tire replacement cost. Tire replacement cost. Every time you replace a tire, 16,000 is the cost. Every time you replace a tire, 16,000 is the cost. CNG car has a life of 15 years. EV car has a life of 10 years. So first we will calculate how many times we are going to replace the tire. That will tell me the tire cost for 15 years. Divide that by 180 months. Divide that by 180 months. What we are going to do is we are going to calculate what is the tire cost for the entire life. Entire life. Why we do that you will understand in some time. In the CNG car, tire has a life of 5 years. Life of the car is 15 years. Life of the car is 15 years. How many times will you replace tires in the life? 15 years life, 5 years is the tire life. 3 times, sure. How many times are we going to replace? Live online guys, participate. How many times are we going to replace? This is a very important adjustment. How many times are we going to replace? 3 is wrong. Answer is 2. I'll explain why. I got a car. First 5 years, I'll use the car tire which is there with the car. With the car, there is a tire. I'll use it for the first 5 years. At the end of 5th year, I'll replace first time. 10th year, I'll replace second time. 15th year, why will I replace? 15th year, why will I replace? Because life is over, no? Life is over. We are going to replace only 2 times. We are going to replace only 2 times. This is the important adjustment. Tire, the life is 15 years. I got a car with new tires. I got a car with new tires. First 5 years, no replacement. At the end of 5th year, yes, replace. At the end of 10th year, replace. At the end of 15th year, no replacement. At the end of 15th year, no replacement. Similarly, EV car only one replacement. Only one replacement. Which year? At the end of 5th year. At the end of 10th year, no replacement. At the end of 10th year, no. If the life of the car was 5 years, I don't need to replace tire itself. If the life of the car was 5 years, no need to even replace the tire. No need to even replace. Understand this very clearly. 50, unless they say question that at the end of 15th year, you have to replace the tire and then only get the residual value, then that's a different story. At the end of 15th year, if I have to get the residual value, I'll have to replace the tire, then that's a different story. Otherwise, why will I replace at the end of 15th or at the end of 10th year in case of EV? In case of EV, able to understand this? This is very important, tricky adjustment here. Here, they are very clearly mentioned. Tire replacement cost every 5 years. Tire replacement cost every 5 years. Life is 15 years, but I'm not going to replace at the end of 15th year. I'm not going to replace at the end of 15th year. Any doubts in this? Now, this tire cost, you can write it as variable cost or semi-variable cost. That's it's not fixed. It is not fixed. I'm writing in variable. It can go anywhere. Tire cost, tire cost, tire cost, 16,000 into 2. 16,000 into 2. 2 times replacement. 16,000 into 2 divided by 180 months. 16,000 into 2 divided by 180 months. 16,000 into 2 divided by 180 months. 180 months. and the other one is only one replacement. Only one replacement, which is 16,000 as it is, into 1, divide by 120 months. Divided by 120 months, 133.33, into 2 by 180 months and 120 months. 180 months and 120 months. Any doubts in this? Clear? Able to understand this? Now tell me, battery, how many times will replacement happen in CNG car and EV car? Battery, how many replacements? Only one replacement in CNG car, only one replacement in EV car also. One replacement. Why not more than that? 8th year I'll replace. 16th year car itself does not go, and even if it was to go there, I'll not replace it because I will sell it at the end of 15th year, or even at 16th year I'm also selling. Then also I'll not replace the battery. I'll not replace the battery. So battery has a life of 8 years. One replacement of battery in CNG, one replacement in EV, one replacement in EV. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Battery cost. Battery cost. 12,000 into 1 divided by 180 months. 12,000 into 1 divided by 180 months. 66.67. Other one will be a huge cost. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? That's all. I'm not doing beyond this. Driver salary will come in both. Rent will come in both. Office and admin will come in both. You will put a total. I don't want to spend any time on that. Clear? With this, my discussion on operate, that is the transport costing part, gets over. Transport costing, there are few more questions, some flight problems and all are there. Your wish, you want to do it. But my major chunk of the concepts are done. Some practice question. I'm not practiced everything. You want to practice more, you can practice it. Any doubts on the transport costing part? I'll see if at all any important MCQs there. This adjustment is what we saw now. How subsidy is treated. How subsidy is treated. We have seen it here. This is that CNG car tire replacement. I didn't even want to do the question. I again and again say the same thing. Everything is there in MCQ. This MCQ, if you had attempted, you would have thought there are 3 replacement, but it is 2 replacement. It is only 2 replacement. Other things were not tricky. The important part was only this. I had to do extra things just to explain the same concept. So I think we have good number of MCQs here. You may want to practice these. Whatever time permits you, try to practice all the MCQ. The entire chunk will get over. Clear? So we are done with the first category of the operating costing, which is on the transportation side. Next comes hotel costing. Hotel costing, if it is for staying of people, which is now I'm talking about people staying there. I'm not talking about the food industry or the restaurant. Okay. If people are staying, the cost unit is called room days. What is room days? Is number of rooms into number of days. Number of rooms into number of days. Classification remains same. Fixed are standing charges, variable are running charges, semi-variable are maintenance charges. The cost unit we are going to use is room days. What is room days? Is number of rooms into number of days. We'll first do all the MCQs here, and then I may pick one question from the hotel costing side. A hotel has, this is a very good question, okay, has 100 rooms which has an occupancy of 80% during peak season. Peak season is January to June. 80 rooms are occupied, and 40% during off season. Off season is July to December. Monthly lighting charges. Monthly lighting charges are 120 per occupied room. If the room is occupied, the charges are 120 per room for the month in all months except which? May to August, except May to August, when the cost is 30 per room. If May, June, July, August, cost is 30 per room. April, May, June, Jan, Feb, March, April, and the other months, which is from your September, October, November, December, the charges are 120 per room. I want to know what is the overall electricity cost for a year. Overall electricity cost for a year. We have 100 rooms. Occupancy will be 80 during peak season, 40 during off season. In the peak season, if you are in January to the April month, 120. But if you are in the other months, it will be 130 rupees. So we have to do this calculation. Clear? This is the question. Excellent question. This is also not I have drafted. I have picked it from a bigger question and given only this adjustment. Let's start writing this now. You can write example concept page 90 example. This is page 90 example. Again and again I keep repeating because I'm very confident about the kind of concept book which is created. You just read this and go to exam. Even without solving one question also you will be in a position to handle good amount of the paper. Provided clarity on concepts is there, you will be able to handle it. Every area, just one question we should have solved in the class. I'm doing more because one, time is available. Second, without doing questions, that grip will not come. So we are going to do this now. 100 rooms. Now write 100 rooms split into two. Peak season 80, off season 40. 80 is occupied and 40 is occupied. 80 and 40. Now what question has said is monthly lighting charges are 120 per room except May to August. Except May to August. And my peak season runs from Jan to June. Off season runs from July to December. This I'll further break it. Jan to April separate calculation. May and June separate calculation because May and June the rates are different. Jan to April 120 per room. May and June only 30 per room. And this side July and August separate calculation. September to December separate calculation. July and August separate. September to December separate computation. Jan to April, May and June, July and August, September to December. Jan to April, May and June, July and August, September to December. This 120 rupees per room, this 30 rupees per room, 30 rupees per room, 120 per room. 120, 30, 30, 120. So left hand side 120, 30 will be multiplied with 80 rooms. Right hand side will be multiplied with 40 rooms. 80 rooms and 40 rooms. We had to do two variants are there. One is number of rooms. Second is month. Based on the month, the EB cost is changing. So I think we are done now. 80 into 120 into 4 months. 80 into 120 into 4 months. 80 into 120 into 4 months. 80 into 120 into 4 months, that is Jan, Feb, March, April. 80 into 30 into 2 months, 4 months and 2 months, 4 months and 2 months. 80 into 30 into 2 months. This side 40 into 30 into 2 months. 40 into 30 into 2 months. And 40 into 120 into 4 months. 40 into 120 into 4 months. I've got some answer from the student. This student has highlighted 43 to 100. This 43 to 100 is right. Okay, and this is how much you said? 21 600, and all put together I'll get my EB cost. So this is a part of a bigger question which I'll show it to you in some time. I am not going to do all the bigger question. I'm just going to practice one question. But this was one unique adjustment in that question. How? Because they will give occupancy, then they'll say EB cost, which changes based on month. Which changes based on month. Any doubts in this? 43 200 plus 21 600 adds up to 64 800. 64 800. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on 64,800? Clear? Next one. This also we have already done, but it's a little different here. Target collection per month is 10 lakh. Target collection per month is 10 lakh. Hotel has 25 single rooms, 25 double room. Occupancy of single room is 80%, double room is 60%. Rent of double room is 80% more than the single room. Rent of double room is 80% more than the single room. Number of operating days in a month is 25. Number of operating days in a month is 25. What is the rent to be charged for a double room? Now I'll read this again, but I'll change the wording. Target collection from students is 10 lakh. It's the same as that. Target collection from student is 10 lakh. The school has 25 4-kilometer category student, 25 8-kilometer category student, something like that. Occupancy of, or sorry, this occupancy word will not come in that. Then the charges for the 8-kilometer category student has to be 80% more than the 4-kilometer category, something like that. So the question is not new, it is almost the same thing. So what we are going to do is we are going to put it in this format, only with certain addition. Category, number of rooms, category, number of rooms, fees are the fare which we are going to charge, and total collection. Total collection. Category, number of rooms, fees are the tariff, whatever word you want to use, and total collection. Total collection. There it was half. Here they have talked about something else. So this is not a new adjustment. This is not a new adjustment. Here target collection is given. When I do as a entire problem, what will happen? You'll have to do an operating cost statement, add profit, and arrive at this 10 lakh number. I didn't want to spend time in all of that. I just gave you the target collection and want to discuss this adjustment. Clear? Any doubts on this? Let's write this. You may need, I think, 5-6 columns. 4 columns will not do. 5-6 columns could be needed. Manage space accordingly. Category of room. Category of room. Category of room. Single, double, single and double. Category of room, single and double. Tariff or number of occupied rooms. Number of occupied rooms. Number of occupied rooms. Because unless it is occupied, I'll not get money. Number of occupied rooms. Number of occupied room is 25 single room, 25 double room, but occupancy is only 80% and 60%. So my income is 80% and 60% of the number of rooms. Number of occupied rooms 25 into 80%, 20 and 25 into 60%, 15, 20 and 15, 20 and 15. Tariff per day, tariff per day, tariff per day. Per day, what question has said is double room has to be 80% more than single room. Double room has to be 80% more than single room. I don't know the single room tariff also. I don't know the double room tariff, but double room has to be 80% more than the single room. So single room is X, double room is 1.8X. Double room is 1.8X. X and 1.8X. Tariff per day X and 1.8X. Multiplication, collection, collection. When collection per day, you can just call it as collection per day. Collection per day. Collection per day. 20X, 20 rooms into X, and 15 rooms into 1.8. 15 rooms into 1.8. 20 into X, 15 into 1.8. 27X. And ultimately collection per month. Collection per month. 1 month has how many days they have mentioned? Number of operating days in a month is 25. Number of operating days in a month is 25. So 20x into 25 will be my final collection. 20x into 25. This x is the tariff per day. Tariff per day, because every day there will be a tariff. 20x into 25 into 25 into 25. 300x 27x into 25, 675x. Total has to match 10 lakh rupee. I want to collect 10 lakh rupee. X is the tariff for a single room, double room 1.8 times of that. X is the tariff for a single room into 1.8 is the double room tariff. X is the tariff for a single room into 1.8. Once you're done, let me know. X is the single room tariff into 1.8 you do, double room you'll get. How much is the single room? 10 lakh divided by 1175 and then do into 1.8. 1531.91. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? 1531.91. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Okay. Hotel has 100 rooms. A hotel has this. I no need to write itself. Hotel has 100 rooms which are occupied to the extent of 80%. So 80 is occupied. 100 rooms are there. 80 is occupied. 40% of the rooms are single room, which means balance are double room. 40% is single, balance are double. 40% of the rooms are single room, balance are double. This is the number and this is what is occupied. 100 rooms are there, 80 occupied. In the 100, 40% are single room, balance are double room. Single room occupancy is 100%, which means all 40 is occupied. Which means all 40 is occupied. They said occupancy of single room is 100%. Occupancy of single room is 100%, which means what? All 40 are occupied. All 40 are occupied, which means double room is 40. From 80, 40 single room occupied, 40 double room occupied. And if you want to know the percentage, 40 on 60. Percentage is 40 on 60. Percentage is 40 on 60. At the overall level, it is 80 on 100. At the overall level, it is 80 on 100. Single room 40 on 40. Single room is 40 on 40. Double room is 40 on balance 60. 40 on balance 60. Any doubts on this? Try doing this. I'll discuss. You try doing it. Let's see. Room days means number of rooms into number of days. How much? 18,900. Not sure. I'll check. Eighteen-nine. So I have 80 rooms which are occupied in summer. Summer 80 rooms into 180 days. 80 rooms into 6 months. 180 days. Winter 25 rooms into 180 days. 25 rooms into 180 days. Any doubts on this? This came in September 24 RTP. Let's read it and understand. A hotel has 200 rooms, 120 deluxe and 80 premium. 120, you are going to do, I'll just read it, okay? 120 deluxe and 80 premium. Normal occupancy in summer is 80%, winter is 60%. Summer we occupy 80%, winter we occupy 60%. Period of summer and winter is taken as 8 months and 4 months respectively. Assume 30 days in each month. Rent of a premium room will be double of the deluxe room. Premium room will be double of the deluxe room. Hotel is expecting a profit of 20% on total revenue. Profit of 20% on total revenue. Total cost is 266, 11, 200. First thing we have to do, total cost, add profit, total collection. That's point number one. Second thing you have to do, I'll first read it out fully and then you do it. Second thing you have to calculate summer separately, winter separately, the number of occupied rooms. Number of occupied rooms. It says 200 rooms are there, 120 deluxe and 80 premium. Normal occupancy in summer is 80%, winter is 60%. Summer is 80%, winter is 60%. Summer and winter is taken as 8 months and 4 months respectively. Calculate the room rent to be charged for a premium room. They want us to calculate for a premium room. Okay, I'll take you through. I think 2-3 moving parts are there. I'll take you through. So first thing we'll calculate is total collection. What is total collection? Is total cost, add profit, total collection. Second thing, I have to bring in the summer and winter analysis as well as deluxe and premium analysis. So it's a very good problem. I think this is a better problem than the one which I did some time back. This becomes a more trickier adjustment. They want us to calculate room rent to be charged for a premium room. Clear? Working note 1, computation of total collection. Computation of total collection. Computation of total collection. Particulars calculation amount. Total collection. Particulars calculation amount. Total cost, add profit, total collection. Very good adjustment. I think it's like a bigger problem itself. Total cost, add profit, total collection. What is the profit? The question is saying 20% on total revenue. So revenue in bracket 100, profit is 20, cost is 80. 100, 20 and 80. This is 266, 11, 200. 266, 11, 200. Please get me the total collection figure. Let me know the total collection figure. 3 crore 32 lakh 64,000. I'm not writing the profit figure and all. I'm not bothered. 80 equal to 266, 11, 200. 100 equal to question mark. 80 equal to 266, 11, 200. 100 equal to question mark. This is one part of it. Working note 2. Computation of room days. Computation of room days. Computation of room days. A very, very good question drafted by ICI. Room days. Deluxe rooms. Deluxe room days is equal to deluxe room days is equal to deluxe room days is equal to. Okay, now listen. I have 120 deluxe room. I have 120 deluxe room and they are occupied 80% in summer, 60% in winter. Summer is for 8 months, winter is for 4 months. Summer is for 8 months, winter is for 4 months. Now write 120 rooms into 80% during summer, 80% during summer into 240 days. 240 days of summer. 120 into 80% into 240 days of summer. 240 days of summer. 120 rooms into 80% into 240 days. Then again same 120. Winter it is 60% occupied. Winter is 60% occupied and winter is 4 months, which is 120 days. Let me know the number. Winter is 120 days, summer is 240 days. Yeah, I've got the answer in live online. 31,680 room days. Basically, I'll be collecting money on 31,680 rooms in a year. On 31,680 rooms in a year. My money collection will be on 31,680 rooms in a year. Like deluxe room days, we'll have to do premium room days. Exactly same calculation, just that the starting will be 80. It will not be 120 rooms, it will be 80 rooms. 80 rooms, other things are same. 80 into 80% into 240, 80 into 60% into 120. 21 120 room days. 21, excellent question drafted by ICA. 21 120 room days. 21 120 room days. Any doubts on this? Clear? Now, for 31 680 rooms, premium room will be double of deluxe room. Premium room will be double of deluxe room. Now, right, let us assume deluxe room rent, deluxe room rent to be A, to be A, to be A, and premium room will be 2A. Premium room will be 2A. Deluxe is A, premium is 2A. Premium is 2A. Now, how is this going to be calculated? 31 680, 31 680 into A, 31 680 into A plus 21 120 into 2A, 21 120 into 2A. No into number of days calculation, everything is considered in this. Has to be equal to 3 crore 32 lakh 64,000. Has to be equal to 3 crore 32 lakh 64,000. 31 680 into A, 21 120 into 2A into 2A has to be 3 crore 32 lakh 64,000. 3 crore 32 lakh 64,000. Student has highlighted A is 450, which is the rent of deluxe room. We want premium room rent. Rent of deluxe room. Premium will be 900. Yeah. Deluxe room is done. Premium will be 900. Excellent question drafted by ICI. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Okay, with this, my MCQ discussion is over. I'll have to do one question, which is question number 17. Question number 17. I'm going to do this, but before that, today I had a morning session also, so I'm taking a 15 minutes break. We resume again at 11:43. 15 minutes break, and then we resume. Okay, let's do this question. This is illustration number 6 of your study mat. We're going to do this entire question, but no new concept. It is going to be the concept which I've already taught you. A company runs a holiday home. For this purpose, it has hired a building at a rent of 10,000 per month along with 5% of total taking. So 5% like commission, we had 10% of total taking. This is 5% of total taking. It has three different types of rooms: single room, double room, triple room. Occupancy is given. Rent of double room is 2.5 times of the single room. Triple room is twice that of the double room, various expenses, staff salary, room attendant wages, lighting, heating, repairs, laundry, interior, all this is directly given. Only thing we have to add on is that commission, how do we do, and profit margin. Profit is 20%, assume 360 days in a year. You are required to calculate rent to be charged for each type of room. Rent to be charged for each type of room. Let's first do an operating cost statement where variable we will write, fixed we will write, semi-variable write, total cost excluding the variable rent. Total cost excluding the, like commission, it is called variable rent here. Add variable rent, total cost, add profit, total collection. Working note 1, operating cost statement. Operating cost statement. Operating cost statement. Particulars, calculation amount. Particulars, calculation amount. First is fixed cost. Categorization doesn't really matter. There can be some deviation also. Fixed cost are standing charges. Some 5-6 lines gap. Variable cost are running charges. 4-5 lines gap. Semi variable cost are maintenance charges. So I'm doing the question, but the concept is already done in MCQ. Let's start from the beginning. It says rent at 10,000 per month. Rent is 10,000 per month. That is the fixed rent. Variable rent is 5% of collection, which we'll see later. In the rent, in the fixed cost, fixed rent, 10,000 into 12. 10,000 into 12. 10,000 into 12. Then we have, it says staff salary is there, fixed staff salary 14 lakh 25, staff salary 14 lakh 25. Room attendant wages, room attendant wages is normally a variable cost and salary is normally a fixed cost. You want to write it other way around, that's your wish. Okay, room attendant classification can change. I'm not really that much bothered about classification here. 4 lakh 50, room attendant wages 4 lakh 50. Lighting, heating and power, lighting, heating and power, this can go under fixed cost as well as it can be variable, it can be fixed, it can be semi variable. I'm putting it under fixed. Can go to any place. Lighting, heating and power. I'm not even sure what is there in the final answer. Okay, the classification doesn't really matter that much. Lighting, heating and power. Repairs and renovation, maintenance. Repairs and renovation is maintenance. 123,500. Repairs and renovation maintenance 123,500. My major discussion will start once we get the total collection. Laundry charges variable. If rooms are occupied, we'll incur this. Laundry charges 8,500. Interior is a maintenance expense. Interior is maintenance. Sundries we don't know, put it under fixed. Sundries we don't know, put it under fixed. I'm repeating, classification can vary little bit. You have to put a total for each of this. I don't want to know all that. Just tell me the final cost. Add up everything and give me a final cost. You'll have to try to step by step, but in the class, total cost excluding variable rent 26 lakh 41,000. 26 lakh 41,000. We'll have to write fixed total, variable total, semi-variable total. I'm not getting into all that, okay? Total cost excluding variable rent. Beyond this is where my main explanation will flow. Total cost excluding variable rent 2641. Any doubts on this? Add variable rent. We don't know the amount, we'll see. Total cost. Add variable rent, total cost, add profit, total collection. Add profit, total collection. Again, not a new adjustment, already done by us in MCQs, even when we did that commission problem. Collection in bracket 100, collection in bracket 100. What is the profit number the question has said? 20%. Cost is 80. Cost is 80. Cost is 80. Variable rent is 5. Variable rent 5% of total taking. 5% of total taking. Profit is 20% of total taking. Variable rent is 5% of total taking. And this is 75. Go to the last line item. Others I am not interested. 75 equal to 2641. Everything we can do, but just give me this alone. 75 equal to live online, guys. You type it. 75 equal to 2641. 100 equal to question mark. Obviously, in exam you have to write everything. 35 lakh 21,333. This is exactly same as that MCQ where they gave some 2 crore number and he said we have to collect 3 crore something. So 35, 21, 333 has to be collected. 35, 21, 333 has to be collected. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 35, 21, 333? Now, let's put it in this format. Category of room, number of occupied rooms, tariff per day, collection per day, collection per year. I think yearly calculation. Category of room, number of occupied rooms, tariff per day, collection per day, collection per year. Collection per year. Number of occupied rooms, tariff per day, collection per day, collection per year. I'm doing this adjustment, but technically all these are already done. We're just repeating the calculation again. Category of room, number of occupied rooms, tariff per day, collection per day, and collection per year. Category of room is single, double, triple. Single, double, and triple. Single, double, and triple. Number of occupied room is 100 rooms, 100% occupied. 100 rooms, 100% occupied. 50 rooms, 80% occupied. 30 rooms, 60% occupied. So 100 occupied fully. 50 into 80% and 30 into 60%. 100, 40 and 18 is the occupied room. 100, 40 and 18. 100, 40 and 18. Tariff per day. Tariff per day, it says rent of a double room. Rent of a double room is 2.5 times of the single room. Rent of a double room is 2.5 times of the single room, and triple room is double of the double room. Triple room is double of the double room rent. So rent of a double room, I don't know. Single room, right? A. Single room is A. Single room is A. Double room is 2.5 times of single room. 2.5 times of single room. Double room is 2.5 times of single room. So 2.5A. 2.5A. And triple room is double that of the double room. Double that of the double room. Double that of the double room, which is 5A. A 2.5A and 5A. A 2.5A and 5A. 100A, 40 into 2.5A, again 100, 90A, 100A, 100A and 90A. Clear? Any doubts on this? This will be multiplied with 360 days in a year. Collection per year, we did per month that question, but this is a yearly calculation. You are required to calculate the rent to be charged, and there are 360 days in a year. 360 days, so 100A into 360. You will get an answer to A, that is the rent of single room. Others, I am not doing it. 2.5 times and 5 times. You will get the answer for rent of single room. Others is 2.5 times and 5 times. I've got the answer in live online for single room. Then into 2.5 into 5. Into 2.5 and into 5. Just get the single room alone. You will have to get answer to A, then it will become double room and the triple room part. Answer to A is 33.73. 33.73. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Can we proceed? We are done. I am not going to do anything else. 18, if you want, you practice it. This is a study mat question. 19, you want to practice it, because somewhere the adjustment will revolve around what we did in the MCQs. Somewhere in the MCQs, these adjustments are discussed. Any doubts on this? We are done with the second category, which is hotel costing. Now comes the third category, which is hospital costing. Hospital costing, the cost unit can be called as number of patients into number of days, or number of rooms into number of days. Both are same only. If one room has only one patient, patient days and room days are same. A single room has more patients, then maybe patient days is logical. What is patient days? How many days? If 10 days 20 patients are saying, 10 into 20 is the patient days, 10 into 20 is the patient days. Classification: fixed, standing, variable, running, semi variable, maintenance, everything remain same. Let's take some examples. A hospital is opened for 365 days. Open for 365 days. Consists of 40 beds. 40 beds can be understood as 40 rooms, or can be understood as 40 patients. 40 beds means 40 patients can be there on 40 beds. And 10 more beds can be hired if required. 10 more beds can be hired if required. If I want more beds, I'll go and hire them. Hire them means take it from outside and make patients stay there. It was estimated that 165 days 30 beds are occupied. 165 days 30 beds are occupied. 120 days 38 beds are occupied. 120 days 38 beds are occupied. I don't know what is happening to the balance day, because it's open for 365 days. That's an assumption based area. We don't know what is happening on the balance days. I can say that on the balance day entire 40 beds are occupied, or I can say none of them are occupied. That is little tricky. Hospital hired extra how many beds? 800 beds. 800 beds. 800 beds means different days they would have occupied this. Different days they would have taken this. Now listen. I will hire an extra bed. I'll hire an extra bed only if the 40 beds are fully occupied. Only if the 40 beds are fully occupied. Otherwise, nobody is going to hire it. So no extra hiring this time. No extra hiring this time, which means on the balance days, the information not given, that balance days, it may be possible that there were 40 beds occupied and you had to take extra also. You have to take extra also. Totally how many days? 365 days. 165 days information is given. 120 days information is given, 80 days it is not given. On these 80 days, what would have happened is 40 is occupied, and extra 10 I would have taken. Extra 10 I would have taken 80 into 10, 800. Extra 10 I would have taken 80 into 10 is extra 800. We can even say that the extra were occupied, so the extra were taken during this 165, 120. But none of the day we reached that 40 limit. None of the day we have reached the 40 limit. So what I said, it is extra 80 days into 40 fully occupied, into 40 fully occupied. Can you put a total of all of this? 165 into 30, 120 into 38 plus 800 plus 80 into 40. Into 30, 120 into 38, 800. How much? 12,000. Add 800 also. Add 800 also. 13,510. 13,510. Clear? This is what hospital costing. One example I've done. One MCQ I'll do. One MCQ I'll do. Now in the hospital costing, I can do the same thing. They can ask you to fix the tariff. How will you fix the tariff? Total cost, add profit, total collection, divide by the number of room days. You can call it as room days. You can call it as patient days. You can call it as room days or patient days. We're going to do one problem where we have to calculate break-even point. If you have to do break-even point, marginal costing and all, I'll discuss later. But cost classification can only be fixed variable, no semi-variable and all. Either it is fixed or it is variable, no concept of semi-variable. And classification has to be accurate. Classification has to be accurate, because you change the classification, BEP will change. Change the classification, break-even point will change. Let's see this now. ABC hospital runs a critical care unit in a hired building. CCU consists of 35 beds. 5 more beds can be added if required. 35 beds, 5 more beds can be added if required. Rent per month fixed variable. I want participation. Rent per month fixed. Supervisor fixed. Nurse, ward boys, doctors paid 2,50,000 per month. Normally fixed, but it says paid on the basis of patients attended. Paid on the basis of patients attended. If this line was missing, it is fixed. But if you attend patient only, you are paying doctor, means it's variable. It is variable. Paid on the basis of patients attended and the time spent by them. Fixed repairs, as the name indicated, it is a fixed cost. Food to patient in bracket variable. Other services to patient variable. Laundry charges variable. Medicine variable. Other fixed expense fixed. Administration expense. Admin, what is the category? Fixed variable. Administration expense will also be fixed. This is what, when I started initially, I had explained that direct material, direct labor, direct expenses are variable in nature. Administration cost is fixed in nature, and selling overhead is variable in nature. So admin expenses normally fixed in nature. It was estimated that 150 days in a year fully occupied, 35 beds are occupied and for 80 days 25 beds are occupied. Hospital hired 750 beds at a charge, 750 beds at a charge of 100 per bed per day, 750 beds at a charge of 100 per bed per day to accommodate the flow of patient. However, this does not exceed more than 5 extra beds over and above the normal capacity on any day. This line is of no use, but what they are saying is, my hospital can have 35 beds. I can take extra 5 beds. I can take extra 5 beds. Extra 5 beds mean first day 5, second day 5, third day 5, fourth day 5. You cannot day one day 10 beds or 15 beds. Extra 5 only you can take. We have hired on an average 750 beds from outside. We have hired 750 beds from outside. Calculate profit per patient day if I am recovering 2,000 per day from each patient. If I am recovering 2,000 per day from each patient, and find out break-even point. Break-even point I may not discuss much. Formula for break-even point you learn there. Fixed cost by contribution per unit. Same logic we have to adapt here. Clear? Any doubts in the question first? But in this question, fixed versus variable is critical. Either you put it under fixed or you put it under variable, no semi-variable, no. And you change the classification, BEP will change. Change the classification, BEP will change. Any doubts on this? Working note 1. Computation of patient days. Computation of patient days. Patient days. Patient days. It says it is estimated that for 150 days in a year, 35 beds are occupied. 35 means fully occupied, okay? 80 days, 25 beds are occupied, and that hiring, I assume, happened during this 150 days. In that question, the example which I was showing you, there none of the day we were fully occupied. None of the day we were fully occupied. Here, 150 days, 35 beds are fully occupied. What would have ideally happened is in these 150 days, we could have taken another 5 beds. We could have taken another 5 beds. That is how that 750 would have come. We would have taken another 5 beds on which days? On the 150 days itself. On the 150 days itself. It says 150 days in a year, 35 beds are occupied. 150 days in a year, 35 beds are occupied. And for 80 days, 25 beds are occupied. What is happening with the balance day? I have no idea. I have no idea what is happening with the balance day. I cannot assume anything there. When I did that example, there none of the days we were fully occupied. None of the days we were fully occupied. If none of the days you are fully occupied and you still take extra bed, it means on the balance days you would have been fully occupied. It means on the balance days you would have been fully occupied. In this question, I don't know, and it is also not mentioning 365 days in a year. Maybe hospital works for lesser number of days, which is not logical. But I don't know. I am not getting into any assumption here. 150 days, 35 occupied. 80 days, 25 occupied. Balance days, no idea. And extra 750 beds hired. Extra 750 beds hired. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now, right, patient days is equal to patient days is equal to 150 days into 35 beds, 150 days into 35 beds, 80 days into 25 beds, and extra 750. Extra 750. Type it in the chat box. Extra 750. How much? 8,000 patient days. Technically, I don't know what is happening with balance 135 days. Totally 365 days in a year, or could be 360 days in a year. We don't know what is happening with that balance period. We don't know what is happening with the balance period. Working note 2, operating cost statement for a year. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. Fixed cost, leave maybe some 8-9 lines, and then variable cost, only two category. Fixed cost and variable cost. Fixed cost and variable cost. Only two categories of cost, fixed and variable. We do not have other categories here. Fixed cost and variable cost. No other category of cost will come in this question. In the beginning, let's go. First line item, rent per month. Rent per month. Rent is a fixed cost. Rent is a fixed cost. We are doing annual calculation. Rent 75,000 into 12. 9 lakh. You keep noting down. You can refer the screen if you want. 75,000 into 12. Supervisor. Supervisor salary. Supervisor salary. 25,000 per month. 25,000 into 12 into 2 people. 25,000 into 12 into 2 people. 6 lakh. Supervisor salary 25,000 into 12 into 2 people. Nurse salary. Nurse salary 20,000 into 12 into 4 people. 20,000 into 12 into 4 people. 9 lakh 60. 20,000 into 12 into 4 people. 9 lakh 60. Clear? Ward boy salary 5,000 into 12 into 4 people into 12 into 4 people. 2 lakh 40. 5,000 into 12 into 4 people into 12 into 4 people. Doctor salary variable cost. Doctor salary. Doctor salary 2 lakh 50,000 into 12. Doctor salary 250 into 12. 250 into 12. Fixed repair. Normally we repair right semi variable, but here only two category. Fixed repair 81,000. Put to patient. Nothing much for me to explain. 8 lakh 80. Other services. That is why the question in bracket has mentioned variable and fixed, because classification is very important here. Laundry charges 6 lakh. Medicines 7 lakh 50. Medicine 7 lakh 50. Classification is very critical in this question. Medicine 7 lakh 50. Other fixed expense 10 lakh 80. And finally admin expense 10 lakh. Admin expense 10 lakh. Any doubts on any of these? One more expense is there. One more expense is there. What is the other expense we have? There's one more expense. Bed hiring charges. Bed hiring charges, which is variable. 750 beds into 100 rupees. 750 beds into 100 rupees. Bed hiring charges. Hiring charges. 750 beds into 100 rupees. Put a total of the fixed cost. Total fixed cost. Total fixed cost. Was it total? 39 lakh 1000. 39 lakh 1000. Can you check the numbers? No, it looks huge. 48. 4861. Okay. 4861, because the numbers are looking huge. 4861, 96, 960, 240, 4861. Put a total of the variable cost. Total variable cost. Total variable cost. How much? 56 lakh? Zero? Okay, 5,000. 56 lakh 5,000. 56 lakh 5,000. Any doubts on this? Total cost, profit, total collection. Total cost is how much? Is it? 1 crore? 4 lakh. 4 lakh? 10466. 10466. 10466. Any doubts on this? 10466. Clear? Any doubts on this? Total collection is I am collecting 2000 per day from each patient. 2000 per day from each patient means from each patient day. From each patient day. My total collection is 2000 into 8000 patient days. 2000 into 8000 patient days. 2000 into 8000 patient days. 1 crore 60 lakhs. 1 crore 60 lakhs. 55 lakh 34,000 is the profit. Question has asked for profit per patient day. Let's divide by the number of days. That is 8,000. Profit per patient day. Any doubts on 5534? Any doubts on 5534? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on 5534? Profit per patient day. 5534 divided by 8,000. 691.75. Question can also ask for how much should be the tariff per day to earn a profit of 10%, 20%, 30%. They can ask anything. Cost, add profit, total collection, divide by 8,000. Divide by 8,000 will be the tariff. Any doubts on this? Clear? Second part I'm not doing. Break even point is fixed cost divided by contribution per patient day. How will you get contribution per patient day? Total sales minus total variable cost is total contribution. Total sales minus total variable cost is total contribution. Divide by number of patient days. Divide by number of patient days. Why we are not doing it? Because marginal costing we'll discuss there. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this part? I go back to the concept. Next is IT company. Now, in an IT company, our cost classification is going to be employee cost, other cost. No fixed variables, all that business is not there. Only two category: employee cost, other cost. Employee cost and other cost. So in the cost sheet, you will not write fixed variable, semi-variable. First line item employee cost, second line item other cost. Employee cost can have various breakup, other cost can have various breakup. The cost unit here is the project which is being done. For example, a company, Bharadwaj Institute tells somebody that you develop an application for us, an app for us. They'll develop an app. So app is the project they are doing, and they'll prepare a project cost sheet. They'll prepare a project cost sheet where the cost will be classified as employee cost, other cost, employee cost and other cost. Let's see a question around this. Question 21. This is illustration number 9. Following are the data pertaining to Infotech Private Limited. Pertaining to Infotech Private Limited for the year 2016-17. Salary to software engineer 15 lakh. Salary to project leader 9 lakh. Salary to project manager 6 lakh. Repairs and maintenance admin overhead. Repairs and maintenance and admin overhead. Company is going to execute a project XYZ, where these are the detail. Project duration 6 months, 1 project leader and 3 software engineer are needed for the entire duration. Project manager is needed for 2 months. Travel expenses 187,500. 2 laptops were purchased. Life of the same is estimated to be 2 years. That will help us in calculating depreciation. Prepare a project cost sheet. Prepare a project cost sheet. I'll again explain. It may look very simple, but there is some hidden adjustments there. For the project cost sheet, I'll have to calculate project leader salary, software engineer salary. I also need to calculate project manager salary. In other expenses, I'll have travel expenses. I will have depreciation. Why is this given? At a company level, there is a salary expense, salary expense, salary expense. You also have repairs and admin. You also have repairs and admin, which means for the project which I'm going to do, I have to allocate or absorb some part of repairs and maintenance, some part of administration overhead, that is computed using a formula called overhead absorption rate. So using the last year data, budgeted overheads, suitable base, budgeted suitable base, OAR. What will be the basis? Employee cost. Employee cost is the most important cost in an IT company. In an IT company, employee cost is the most important expense. So for the last year, we will add all expenses, divide by total employee cost and get a overhead absorption rate. When you do this project, if salary is 10 lakh, 10 lakh into some percentage is other expenses. 10 lakh into some percentage will be other expenses. Whether you incur for it or you don't incur, I cannot measure it. So that is why we have a concept called overhead absorption rate. When I take class here, we are incurring some expenses, but one of the expense will be admin expenses. One of the expense will be security expenses. One of the expense will be marketing expense, which I don't separately incur here, but it will be allocated. It will be allocated or absorbed. So first thing we are going to do is OAR calculation. We are going to do a OAR calculation using the last year data. Using the last year data, we are going to calculate OAR and use that OAR. Use that OAR in the project cost sheet. In the project cost sheet. Clear? Any doubts in this? Working note 1. Working note 1. Computation of OAR based on last year data. OAR based on last year data. Particulars and amount. Last year other cost. Last year employee cost. Last year other cost and last year employee cost. Last year other cost and last year employee cost. That is why they gave that. If they had not given this, I wouldn't be bothered. Okay, they gave this to calculate the last year data. Using the last year data, we'll calculate OAR. We'll calculate something called as overhead absorption rate. What is the last year other cost? Add up the numbers. 15 lakh, 3 lakh plus 12 lakh, 3 lakh plus 12 lakh, 15 lakh is the last year other cost. And last year employee cost is 15 plus 9 plus 6. 15 plus 9 plus 6. So whatever project I do, I will write employee cost and some percentage of that is other cost. Some percentage of that is other cost. What is that other cost? Technically repairs and maintenance and admin overhead. Technically repairs and maintenance and admin overhead. So last year 15 lakh, 15 lakh, 15 lakh. Then last year employee cost is 30 lakh, 15 lakh and 30 lakh. 15 lakhs and 30 lakhs. OAR 15 lakh divided by 30 lakh into 100 to express in percentage. 50% of employee cost. Now what this means is, whatever project you do, if employee cost is 1 lakh rupee, other cost is 50% of that. Whether you incur, you don't incur is not my worry. Employee cost 1 lakh, other cost I'll put 50,000. On top of it, some extra expenses can be there. But I'll put 50,000 as other cost. If 1 lakh is the employee cost, if 1 lakh is the employee cost, we'll put 50% of that. We'll put 50% of this. Any doubts on this? Clear? Working note 2. Project cost sheet. Project cost sheet. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. The project cost sheet will have only two items. One is employee cost, then other cost. No fixed variable, semi-variable concept. Employee cost, other cost. The classification is employee cost and other cost. So write employee cost. Leave some maybe 5-6 lines. Other cost. Employee cost and other cost. Employee cost and other cost. Can you tell me what is the salary of a project leader? Monthly salary of a project leader. Look at the question and tell me monthly salary of a project, single project leader. One project leader, what is the monthly salary? 9 lakh divided by 2 people divided by 12 months. 9 lakh divided by 2 people. The project needs one project leader for 6 months. The project needs one project leader for the entire duration. For the entire duration. Project leader salary. Project leader salary 9 lakh divided by 2 into 1 by 12. This is the monthly salary. 9 lakh divided by 2 into 1 by 12 into 6 months. I need him for 6 months. 9 lakh divided by 2 into 1 by 12 into 6 months. How much you get? Sorry? 2 lakh 25,000. Project leader salary is 2 lakh 25,000. 9 lakh by 2 into 1 by 12 into 6 months. Into 6 months. Next is software engineer. What is the monthly salary? Monthly salary of a software engineer. Monthly salary of a software engineer. How much? 15 lakh divided by 5. 3 lakh divided by 12 months. Yeah. Software engineer 15 lakh divided by 5 into 1 by 12 into 6 months. But I need more people here. I need 3 software engineer. I need 3 software engineer. 3 software engineer. 15 lakh by 5 into 1 by 12 into 6 months, but 3 software engineer. How much the overall expense? 4 lakh 50,000. Clear? What is the salary of a the next guy is project manager? Monthly salary of a project manager 50,000, and I need him only for 2 months. I need him only for 2 months. Project manager salary 6 lakh divided by 12 into 2 months. 6 lakh divided by 12 into 2 months. Into 2 months. Clear? Any doubts on this? Total employee cost. Other cost, first thing I'm going to write. There are other things can come, but first thing we are going to write. Any doubts on 775? Apportioned overheads 50% into 775. Apportioned overheads. What is apportioned? Is distributed. Apportioned overheads 50% of 7,75,000. Whether you incur on this project, not incur on this project, not bothered. 50% I'll add 387,500. 50% of 7,75,000. 50% of 7,75,000. 387,500. Apart from this, there are two more expenses. One is traveling expense and depreciation. Traveling expense and depreciation. Thing is 50% of 775. This is the important adjustment. Apportioned overheads. Why this is happening? Because for this project also there will be admin overhead. There will be repairs and maintenance. We don't know the figure. We don't know the figure. So we are just assuming it to be 50% of salary. 50% of salary. How are we assuming? Taking the last year data. Taking the last year data. Next item, travel expenses. Travel expenses 187,500. Travel expenses 187,500. Travel expenses 187,500. Calculate depreciation and tell me for 6 months what will be the depreciation. Check again. 6 months, 6 month depreciation. You're going in the wrong direction. I'll write here. Listen. 2 laptops are purchased at a cost of 50,000 each, and the life of the laptop is 2 years. 24 months is equal to 1 lakh rupee. 24 months is equal to 1 lakh rupee. In live online, I've already got the answer. 6 months is equal to question mark. 24 months is equal to 1 lakh rupee. 24 months, no salvage value, nothing is given. 24 months is 1 lakh. 6 months is 25,000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Total other cost. Total other cost and put a total and total cost. Total other cost and total cost. 1375. 1375. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? 1375. Can you proceed? That's all. This is the project cost sheet. Important element which you have to be aware is a concept called as overhead absorption. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Next is a toll plaza. What is a toll plaza? Is basically whenever I use any roads in the highway side, we have to pay a toll for using the roads. The cost unit can be number of vehicles, which is what mostly will be. What is number of vehicles? How many vehicles are going to use that road? How many vehicles are going to use that road? Or it can also be number of kilometer. It can also be number of kilometer. Here my cost classification is little different. First classification is apportionment of capital cost. Apportionment of capital cost. To put it very simply, depreciation. What is apportionment of capital cost is depreciation. What is apportionment? Because you incur one time road expense and you have to distribute this over a period of 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. How toll works is I'll incur one time expense and I'll keep collecting money from the usage of the road. So one time I will incur a huge expense. For that, every month we have to claim depreciation, or every year you have to claim depreciation. In fact, of the overall cost, this will be the main cost. Apportionment of capital cost. In simple words, depreciation. In simple words, depreciation, and others is operating and maintenance cost. Operating, maintenance can be separate category also, or you can club it together also. ICI sometimes writes operating separately, maintenance separately, or they club it together also. This MCQ will not do it now. We'll see. I'll do question number 23. Question number 23. Let's see this question. Or not 23. Not 23. Let's do 22. Let's do 22. Illustration number 10. 23 I'll discuss it, but let's do illustration number 10. 22. Let's read this. BHG Toll Plaza Limited built a 60-kilometer long highway and now operates a toll plaza to collect tolls from passing vehicle using the highway. Company has estimated that a total of 12 crore vehicle will be using the highway over a period of 10 years. 12 crore vehicle. This is every company will do something called as a traffic study. So I have done the analysis and I feel that 12 crore vehicle will be using the road. So basically whatever I incur, I want to collect from these 12 crore vehicle. Operating and maintenance cost. Operating and maintenance cost. You can write operating separately, maintenance separately, or club it together also. Various expenses. Collection personnel, supervisor, security personnel, booth manager, electricity, telephone, maintenance, and monthly depreciation and amortization. Monthly depreciation and amortization. This is called apportionment of capital cost. This is called apportionment of capital cost. What I can also do is I can give you the overall expense and you can calculate the per month expense. You can calculate the per month expense. Company needs 25% profit. 25% profit over the total cost to recover their interest and other cost. So they are saying 25% profit, but it is not fully profit. In that I'll pay some interest. I may have some other expenses, we don't know. So whatever we calculate, add 25%. Add 25% is the total collection. Who will pay this total collection? 12 crore vehicle. 12 crore vehicle has to pay this total cost. Clear? Any doubts on the concept here? We have various expenses. So what we are going to do? Particulars, calculation, amount. First cost is apportionment of capital cost. What is apportionment of capital cost? Depreciation. Depreciation. Apportionment. Apportionment means distribution of the total cost. Distribution of the total cost. Then point number B, operating cost. Point number C, maintenance. Or operating and maintenance together. That's okay. And we will keep writing collection personnel, supervisor, security personnel, toll booth manager, electricity, telephone, maintenance. They have asked for cost per kilometer. We are going to do the calculation for only 1 month, for the month of April. And then toll rate per vehicle. Toll rate per vehicle is how much should I collect per vehicle? How much should I collect per vehicle? Clear? Any doubts on the concept first? Any doubts on the concept? Working note 1. Operating cost statement. Operating cost statement for the month of April. Operating cost statement for the month of April. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount for the month of April. Particulars calculation amount for the month of April. Particulars calculation amount. Point number A, apportionment of capital cost. Apportionment of capital cost. It will be only one item, but this will be the most important cost, or major cost will be only this. Apportionment of capital cost, which in simple words is depreciation, monthly depreciation and amortization. Monthly depreciation and amortization is 1.5 crore. Is 1.5 crore. Depreciation 1.5 crores. Depreciation 1.5 crores. Depreciation 1.5 crores. Then operating cost and maintenance cost together. Operating cost and maintenance cost together. Collection personnel, supervisor, personnel, toll booth manager, everything we have to write. Now let's first understand this. It says 3 shift, 4 person per shift. 3 shift and 4 person per shift. So indirectly I'll need 12 people. I'll need 12 people because there are 3 shift and 4 people are needed per shift. 12 people into 550 per day into 30 days. April month we are doing calculation. We need 12 people. We need 12 people. So salary of collection personnel 12 into 550 into 30 days. 12 into 550 into 30 days. 1,98,000. 12 into 550 into 30 days. 1,98,000. Supervisor, please calculate salary of supervisor. This will be lot of items, but major amount will be depreciation only. You will write lot of items. Salary of supervisor. 2 people are needed. 2 people are needed. 2 shift and 1 person per shift. So 2 people are needed. 2 into 750 into 30 days. 45,000. Security personnel. Salary of security personnel. 3 shift and 6 person per shift. 3 shift and 6 people per shift. So we will need 18 people. We will need 18 people. 18 into 450 into 30 days. 2,43,000. Whole booth manager of manager. We need 2 people are needed. More now, it will not be 2 people are needed into 900 into 30 days. 54,000. Salary of manager. Clear? Balance or copy paste. Electricity 8 lakh. Telephone 1,40,000. I can write maintenance as a separate category also. Maintenance 30 lakh. Maintenance 30 lakh. Tell me the total of all of this. 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 Total operating cost. Total operating cost. Total operating cost. This one is 44 lakh 80 and overall is total cost is 1 crore 9480. Operating cost is 4480 and overall is 19480. Overall is 19480. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Add profit, total collection. Add profit. Profit is given on cost itself in this question, so no 100 assumption. Profit is 25% on total cost. 25% profit over total cost. Over total cost. 25% profit over total cost into 25%. 48 lakh 70,000 and you get total collection. 2 crore 43 lakh 50,000. 2 crore 43 lakh 50,000. Now I need to collect this from 1 month, not from all the year. It is collected from 1 month. It says 12 crore vehicle will be using this in 120 months. 12 crore vehicle will be using this place in how many months? 120 months. 12 crore vehicle, 120 months. 1 month, technically how many vehicle? And then we collect the toll rate. Then we collect the toll rate. It says 12 crore vehicle in 120 months. 120 months. Next, number of vehicles. Number of vehicles for April. 12 crore equal to 120 months. Question mark equal to 1 month. 12 crore equal to 120 months. Question mark equal to 1 month. Question mark equal to 1 month. How many vehicles will pass in 1 month? Cross multiplication. 10 lakh and divide, that's all. Toll rate per vehicle. Toll rate per vehicle. Toll rate per vehicle. 24.35. Clear? Any doubts in this? Toll rate per vehicle is 24.35. Any doubts in this? Now, if I want, it says assuming there is only one type of vehicle. Assuming there is only one type of vehicle. I want to make it little complex. You try this later at home. I will quickly say that there can be different types of vehicle. Two-wheeler, car, bus and heavy commercial vehicle. You can have different types of vehicle. It is not necessary that it has to be single type of vehicle. And the overall cost is given here and some extra data is given and following weights have been assigned to the passing vehicle. So what does weights mean is if I'm collecting X rupee, which I don't know what is that, X is the overall rate, X is the overall rate. In two-wheeler, I will collect only 0.05X. In two-wheeler, I'll collect 0.05. X is the normal rate, but nobody I'm going to collect normal rate. X is normal rate. Two-wheeler 0.05X, car 0.20X, bus 0.30X, heavy commercial vehicle 0.45X. You can do calculation per day. They are saying total project cost per day, add profit and number of vehicles into all this and calculate the tariff. So do try this at home later on to calculate the tariff. Any doubts on this? Toll rate discussion is over. I have one good MCQ. You see this later at home where there can be a difference between an onward journey and a return journey. I don't want to discuss it now. Clear? Any doubts on this? Next is a canteen facility. Now in a canteen facility, the cost unit is number of meals. Cost classification is fixed cost or variable charges. Fixed cost are standing charges. Variable cost are running charges. Semi-variable cost are maintenance charges. We have a good MCQ. Let's see this. A company provides meal to its employee. Price per veg meal fixed by the contractor is 40. Price per veg meal fixed by the contractor is 40. Price of a non-veg meal is 2 times of the veg meal. Company is providing 80% subsidy out of the welfare fund. 80% subsidy out of the welfare fund. In fact, this 40 itself we only have to calculate. How will you calculate this 40? Question will give you total cost, add profit, total collection, price of a veg meal X, price of a non-veg meal 2X, and you will have to calculate. Maybe I wanted to make it a little simpler. 40 is the price of a veg meal. Price of a non-veg meal is 80, but employee is not going to pay that, because it says company is providing what? 80% subsidy out of the welfare fund. Of the 80 rupees, company will pay 80%. Company will pay 80%. Employee has to pay only 20%. Employee has to pay only 20%. So in this case, employee will pay 60 rupees, 16 rupees. Employee will pay 16 rupees. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? But I can make it little more complicated by telling you cost is so much, add profit, total collection. I think I do have a question on that. If you want, you practice it at home later on. Let me see. No, I think I've removed it. Okay. In case they want, they can add total cost, add profit, total collection, price for a veg meal X, price for a non-veg meal 2X, and then you do the computation. Any doubts on this? Next is education institute. In an education institute, if I'm charging students on the basis of every hour they attend, student hours. On the basis of every hour they attend, student hours. If I'm charging lump sum, then it is number of student. Then it is number of student. Classification same. Fixed hour, standing, variable hour, running, semi-variable hour, maintenance. I'm more interested on this category. This keeps coming in exam, very critical. I do have one or two questions, but MCQ itself will be sufficient. We'll discuss it through MCQ. One or two questions are there, but MCQ itself is going to be sufficient. Insurance company. What does an insurance company do? It provides either life insurance or general insurance to the customers. So it is a service industry. Here, the cost unit can be number of policies issued, number of policies issued, or value of policies issued, number of policies issued, or value of policies issued. My major worry is not that. Major worry is the next part. How do we classify the cost here? How do we classify the cost here? We classify the cost as marketing and sales support. Marketing and sales support. What is marketing and sales support is, I start a policy. I start a policy. For starting a policy, I have to develop the policy and market it. Develop the policy and market it. Every organization will develop new policies. There, they will say this will be the premium, this will be the terms. All that is decided by doing certain analysis. That is called marketing and sales support. Operation. Operation of an insurance company is mainly two things. One is policy issuance, second is claims management. Policy issuance, and second is claims management. That is, you have to issue the policy and then manage the claims. IT is information technology cost. Support cost is all other cost. Support cost is all other cost. Marketing and sales support, which is developing the policy. Operations is primarily two things: policy issuance, policy servicing, and maybe claims related. IT is information technology cost, and support cost is other cost. Support cost is other cost. I'll come to this example in some time. These two example. This is a proper descriptive question. Okay, this is a proper descriptive question, but asked in MCQ form by ICA. Proper descriptive question asked in MCQ form. So we are going to do this question. Classify the cost into four category: marketing and sales support, operations, IT cost, support cost. The same thing has come in exam also, where they have asked it like this: costing of insurance sector. Same thing only. MCQ options are not there. That's all. MCQ options are not there. You have to classify them into marketing and sales support, operations, IT cost, and support cost. Either I can do this question or I do the MCQ. Both are same only. Both are same. Let's go to the MCQ. Path Limited operates in insurance business. Previous year, company launched a new term insurance policy called Max Jeevan. New term insurance policy called Max Jeevan and incurred the following expenditure: claims management cost, facilities cost, employees cost, marketing of policy, policy development, policy issuance, policy servicing, sales, support, office, admin, IT cost, postage and logistics. Various category have been given. We have to put them in 4 category: marketing and sales support, operations, IT cost, support cost. Mostly in the question they'll tell the 4 category, but even they don't tell, then you'll have to remember this. Like we have fixed variable, semi variable, IT project I said, employee cost and other cost. Like in this industry, it is marketing and sales support, operations, IT cost, support cost. The category has to be. That is why in the concept book I have given category industry wise. Clear? Let's start. Let's write it together. Operating cost statement. Operating cost statement for Max Jeevan. The policy name for Max Jeevan. Particulars to amount column. I think calculation will not be needed. Let's keep it as particulars and 2 amount columns. Inner column and outer column. I can even write calculation also. Particulars to amount columns. Let's write the category: marketing and sales support cost. Marketing and sales support cost. Leave some 5-6 lines. Marketing and sales support cost. Operations cost. 3-4 lines. IT cost. 2 lines should do. And facilities cost. I think last support cost. Support function. Support function cost. 4 categories. Usually an area which students ignore it, but it has come 2 times in exam. It's not even once, it has come 2 times in exam till now, and it's an area which usually students ignore it, saying that it is not that critical. But the point is, if it comes in exam, either you can get full marks or you get no marks, because unless you know the concept, you will not be able to touch it itself, because others and all were easy. Claims management cost. Where should I classify? Claims management. Operations include 2 things: issuing policy and managing the claims. Issuing policy and managing the claims. So claims management in operation. Claims management. 52,82,000 inner column. 52,82,000 in the inner column. Claims management 52,82. Next is facilities cost. Facilities is support. It cannot go in any of the category. Facilities is support. Facilities cost 6 crore 49 lakh 82 500. 6 crore 49 82 500. Usually an area which students ignore. 649 82 500. Next is employees cost. Now problem is, I don't know what are these employees doing. If they were in claims management, I'll put it in operation. If they were in issuing the policy, again operation. If they were in developing the policy, then the first category. If they are in IT cost, I don't know what are they are doing, so last category. I don't know what these employees are doing, last category. Support. Employees cost. Employees cost, we don't know what they are doing. 2 crore 25 18. 2 crore 25 18. Clear? Cost of marketing the policy, as the name indicates, marketing. As the name indicates, marketing cost. Marketing of policy. Marketing of policy 19 crore 30 lakh 71,000. 19 crore 30 lakh 71,000. 19 crore 30 lakh 71,000. Next is policy development. Any development is initial. Before, see, there is before policy, after policy. Before you develop the policy, all cost is marketing and sales support. After you develop the policy, excluding the sales support part, it can come under operations. IT related can come in IT, and none of the category can go to support. So policy development will also come here only mostly. Policy development cost. Policy development cost 4 crore 86 lakh 50,000. 4 crore 86 lakh 50,000. Clear? Policy issuance and servicing will come in operations relating to issuing the policy and servicing the policy. Servicing means customer some request comes in. Policy issuance. Policy issuance. Operations means only two things: issuing policy, managing claims. Policy issuance 4 crore 10 lakh 5,000. Policy servicing. Policy servicing 13 crore 40 lakh 65 500. 13 crore 40 lakh 65 500. 13 crore 40 lakh 65 500. Clear? Then we have sales support. Sales support is first category. Marketing and sales support. Marketing and sales support. So sales support will go there. Sales support cost, as the name indicates, 444.80. 444.80. 444.80. The next category is office administration support function. Office administration. Office admin cost. Office admin cost 667.20. 667.20. IT cost will go into the category of IT cost itself. 30 crore 71 lakh 90,000. Numbers are huge. Calculation may take time. 30 crore 71 lakh 90,000. And last is postage and logistics. Postage and logistics 4 crore 50 lakh 36,000. Postage and logistics 4 crore 50 lakh 36,000. 4 crore 50 lakh 36,000. You'll have to put total of every category and write it in the outer column. Every category total in the outer column. These should be the numbers. I don't want to spend much time on this, and then we put a total cost. Then we end up putting a total cost. This we need to divide. This we need to divide by number of policy, which will not happen in this question. Okay, this we need to divide by number of policy and get cost per policy. Cost per policy. Or you can divide by value of policy issued and cost per rupee of insured value. Two things can be calculated: cost per policy or cost per rupee of insured value. Cost per rupee of insured value. If you see in the question, they have given this. Let's see which category matches this answer. Marketing and sales support is 2862. This one matches 2862. 2862. Operations is 1803. IT cost is 3071. Support cost is 1992. 56,500. Clear? Any doubts on this? This will ultimately be divided by number of policies and you'll calculate cost per policy. You'll calculate cost per policy. You can also divide by value of policy issued, cost per rupee of insured value. Cost per rupee of insured value. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Able to understand this? Just give me a minute. Now, assuming this comes in exam, what you should try is look at here: marketing 23, 28, 28, 24. 28, 28 is repeated twice. Let's ignore it, okay? Sale operation 2290, 2253, 18, 2248. I will just calculate operations cost and put the final answer. Only operation cost I'll calculate, because operation, all the four options are different. Operation, all the four options are different. Why should I get into other calculation? Why should I get into other calculation? Get the operations cost. If you get a doubt, then for verification purpose, you may do extra calculation. But operations, you get the answer. We are done with the solution. Operations, because if you do marketing and sales support, 2862 is coming at two places. So you may have to then again check one more thing. IT no use. IT, all the options same answer. 3071, 3071, 3071. Support also 1992 is repeated at three places. So only option I have is, if I do this one, operations, and I get the answer, one of the four is final answer. That's all. No need to do the marketing and sales support. No need to. This is just to save time in exam, because all the four is different for operation. If operation is also repeated same, then you have to do two things. You have to first do the marketing and sales support, which will eliminate few options. So for example, with marketing and sales support, A is eliminated, D is eliminated, A is eliminated, and D is eliminated. Then with the operation, I got the answer. That's all. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? You may have to act little smart, otherwise you will end up spending the whole time. Whole time will take away a lot of time here. If it is, this will come only for 2 marks. If they ask in MCQ form, they'll ask only for 2 marks. Unless they ask a case scenario based MCQ, it will come for 2 marks. 2 marks, smarter answer, only do operations. Only do operations. Any doubts on this? Okay, what else they can do? This. ALC is an insurance company. No need to do any calculation. Okay, insurance company. It launched a new term insurance policy, named it at Protection Plus. The total cost of the policy is 1 crore 60 lakh. How is this 1 crore 60 lakh will come? It will come like this: adding marketing and sales support, adding operations, adding IT cost, adding sales support cost, all put together is how much? 1 crore 60 lakh. I can divide by 410 and calculate cost per policy. I can divide by 410 and calculate what? Cost per policy. 1 crore 60 lakh by 410, which is what the descriptive question would have done. If the descriptive question I had done, cost per policy. Cost per policy. Divide by what? Number of policy and get cost per policy. Also, you can divide by value of policy issued. Value of policy issued. Do 1 crore 60 lakh, 1.6 crore by 920. 1.6 crore divide by 920 crore. 1.6 by 920. 1.6 by 920. 0.0017. 0.0017. For every rupee of insured value, cost is 0.0017. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? It can be cost per policy. It can be cost per rupee of insured value. Cost per policy or cost per insured value. Any doubts on this? I'm almost done. I just want to quickly close this MCQ and one more discussion. Cost per rupee of insured value 0.002. Cost per rupee of insured values 0.002. Value of insured policies 3,500 CR. No need to do any calculation. Just be in lesson mode. 3,500 crore. 3,500 crore into 0.002 is the total cost. 3,500 crore into 0.002. Multiply and tell me. 3,500 crore into 0.002 is the total cost. How much? 7 crore. Total cost excluding IT is 5.2. Total cost excluding IT is 5.2. IT cost is 7 minus 5.2. 7 minus 5.2. 7 minus 5.2. Any doubts on this? You want to test your understanding? Then you have to do this question 26 where this is tested. The same concept is tested in question 26 or even 27. Any of them you can do. 27 asks for cost per policy, cost per rupee of insured value. Your wish. You want to do 26, you want to do 27. Both the concepts are tested there. Any doubts in this? Almost done. Last industry, I think. Power plant. Power plant. What is power plant? Is electricity generation. For electricity generation, the cost unit is number of units of electricity, which is technically called kWh, kilowatt hour. kWh, kilowatt hours. It is technical name is kWh, kilowatt hours, which is nothing but electricity generation. Nothing but electricity generation. Cost classification remains same. Fixed or standing, variable or running, semi-variable or, I think it should be maintenance word here, semi-variable or maintenance, same category. Only 2-3 places we deviated. One was project cost sheet, opposed there it was salary cost and other cost. Toll rate we deviated. Toll road, what we did is apportionment of capital cost, operating and maintenance cost. Apportionment of capital cost and operating and maintenance cost. We also deviated in insurance company. There it was sales support, marketing and sales support, operations, IT cost and other costs. Let's see some MCQs around it. At home, I would want you to try out. One is question 28. This is on loan processing. You try this at home, you'll understand it. 28, please try this at home. Loan processing. And question 30, which is on power plant. 28 and 30, you may want to try it out. I don't think so we have time to discuss that. So I will discuss the MCQs, which will give the grip which is needed. And 28 and 30, if you practice, this chapter will be over. We'll discuss MCQ in next 5-10 minutes and then take a break. A power plant has a capacity of 1000 megawatt per day. 1000 megawatt per day. Generation is 85% of capacity. Generation is 85% of capacity. How many units are generated in a month? In a month, if a month consists of how many? 30 days. 1 megawatt is 1000 kilowatt hour. 1 megawatt is 1000 kilowatt hours. Capacity is what? 1000 megawatt per day. Capacity is 1000 megawatt per day. If I operate at full capacity, I'll generate 1000 megawatt into 1000 is the kilowatt, because 1 megawatt is 1000. 1 megawatt is 1000 kWh. 1 megawatt, that is using the power plant. 1 megawatt power plant will generate 1000 units of electricity per day. 1 megawatt will generate 1000 units of electricity per day. Question says we have 1000 megawatt. We have 1000 megawatt. So 1000 into 1000 is 10. But unfortunately, I'll operate at what? 85% capacity, which means I'll generate 8,50,000 per day. I'll generate 8,50,000 per day. The power plant will generate 8,50,000 units of electricity per day into 30 days. Into 30 days, it will be some 2 crore 55 lakh. It will be 2 crore 55 lakhs. This will be used as the denominator in the calculation. This will be used as denominator in the calculation. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Done. We have extensively discussed again service costing. My request is try doing few questions if you can, so that you get full grip. The 2 questions I've already mentioned. Other question up to you. Other questions are up to you. We'll take a break. We resume at 140. I'll resume at 150. 150 with marginal costing. We are moving to marginal costing at 150. Clear? Let's take a break now.